have quorum and I call the meeting to order. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Standing Senate Committee on National Security, Defence and Veterans Affairs. I'm Tony Dean, representing Ontario as a Senator and Chair of the Committee. I'm joined today by my fellow committee members who I now ask to introduce themselves, beginning on my right with our Deputy Chair.
Jean-Guy Dagenais du Québec.
Pierre-Luc Boisvenu du Québec.
Senator Don Plett, Manitoba.
Bonjour, Sénateur Claude Carignan du Québec.
Dave Richards, New Brunswick.
Marty Deacon, Ontario.
Margaret Dawn Anderson, Northwest Territories.
Patty LaBoucane-Benson, Treaty 6 Territory, Alberta.
Mary Coyle, Indigenous, Nova Scotia.
Andrew Cardozo, Ontario.
Donna Dasko, Senator from Ontario.
Yussuff from Ontario.
Peter Beam, Ontario.
Thank you, colleagues. To my left is the committee's clerk, Ms. Erica Dupont. Today we proceed to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all with respect to the regulation of firearms in Canada. Before we do so, I'd like to remind senators of a number of points. If at any point a senator is not clear where we are in the bill, please ask for clarification. I want to ensure that we all have the same understanding of where we are in the process at each point. As Chair, I will call each clause successively in the order that they appear in the bill. When more than one amendment is proposed to be moved in a clause, amendments should be proposed in the order of the lines of a clause. If a senator is opposed to an entire clause, I would remind you that in committee the proper process is not to move a motion to delete the entire clause, but rather to vote against the clause as standing as part of the bill. I would also like to remind senators that some amendments that are moved may have consequential effects on other parts of the bill. And should this be the case, it would be useful if a senator moving an amendment identifies to the committee other clauses in the bill where the amendment could have an effect. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for members of the committee to remain consistent in their decision-making. Staff will endeavour to keep track of the places where subsequent amendments need to be moved and will draw our attention to them. If committees have any questions about the process or about the propriety of anything occurring, you can raise a point of order. As Chair, I'll listen to argument, decide whether there's been sufficient discussion of a matter or order and make a ruling. The committee, though, is the ultimate master of its business within the bounds established by the Senate, and a ruling can be appealed by the full committee by asking whether the ruling shall be sustained. As Chair, I'll do my best to ensure that all senators wishing to speak have the opportunity to do so. For this, however, I will depend on your cooperation and ask you all to consider other senators by keeping your remarks as concise as possible. Finally, I wish to remind senators that if there is ever any uncertainty as to the results of a voice vote or a show of hands, the most effective way is to request a roll call vote, which obviously provides for unambiguous results, and senators are aware that any tied vote negates the motion in question. With us today in support, we have government officials from Public Safety Canada, from Justice Canada, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Canada Border Services Agency, and the Canada Nuclear Safety Commission, here with us to answer technical questions if they arise. Are there any questions with respect to any of the material that I've covered so far? Okay. Thank you then, colleagues. We'll now move to clause-by-clause review of Bill C-21. Is it agreed, colleagues, that the committee proceed to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments in relation to firearms? Thank you, colleagues. Shall the title stand postponed? Shall clause 0.1 carry? Thank you. Shall clause 0...
You did hear on division.
I did hear on division. Yes, thank you. Shall clause 0.2 carry? That's on division then. Shall clause 1 carry? I understand we have some proposed amendments.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues. So, I move an amendment that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 1 on page 2 by replacing line 6 with the following. 1 brackets 0.1 definition antique firearm in subsection 84 bracket 1 of the Act is amended by striking out or at the end of paragraph bracket A and by adding the following after paragraph bracket A. Bracket A.1. Any firearm that is designed or intended to actually reproduce or to reproduce with near precision a firearm described in paragraph bracket A and that has not been redesigned to discharge rimfire or center fire ammunition, or bracket 1, the definition prohibited firearm subsec. So the current definition of an antique firearm, as outlined in section 84 brackets 1 of the Act, defines them as any firearm manufactured before 1898 that was not designed to discharge rim fire or center fire ammunition and that has not been redesigned to discharge such ammunition, or B, any firearm that is prescribed to be an antique firearm. This amendment would simply provide that any reproduction firearm that is exactly the same as such as pre-1898 firearm and does also not shoot modern ammunition will also be considered to be an antique firearm. Colleagues, we've had numerous witnesses who have appeared before this committee who have testified to the many unintended consequences of this bill. These are individuals in Canada who have collected antique firearms for many years. They have done this entirely legally, of course. Some of these antique firearms is what we would call black powder, matchlock, or flintlock firearms. In other words, firearms that have not been in common use since about the 18th or early 19th centuries. Others might be what are termed cap and ball firearms, which were briefly only in common use during the mid-19th century. These are not firearms that usually are used today, mostly for historic reenactments, which I am sure some of us have on occasion attended. Some might be used for hunting, just as a bow and arrow are sometimes also used for hunting. The criminal code has always recognized the unique nature of these historic firearms by declaring in law that they are not to be considered firearms under the definition in the criminal code. What this amendment would do is to add to that definition reproductions of such antique firearms that may be acquired for historical reenactment, for example. Why is this the right thing to do? It is the right thing to do because those who own antique firearms may prefer to not actually shoot them given their potential age and value. So these individuals may acquire reproductions that are of more recent manufacture in order to preserve their old firearms. Colleagues, I do not believe that such an outcome is at all consistent with the intent of this bill, and therefore I would ask for your support for this amendment.
Are there any questions? Okay. Colleagues, is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment? I hear division. Honourable Senators, there's been a request for a recorded vote. I'll ask the clerk to name all of the senators present who are entitled to vote at this time.
We have the Honourable Senator Dean, Senator Anderson, Senator Beam, Senator Boisvenu, Senator Cardozo, Senator Carignan, CP, Senator Coyle, Senator Dagenais, Senator Dasko, Senator Deacon, Senator LaBoucane-Benson, Senator Plett, Senator Richards, and Senator Yussuff.
Okay, thank you. If any member present does not wish to vote, you may withdraw from the table now. The clerk will now call members' names, beginning with the chair and followed by the remaining members' names in alphabetical order. Members should verbally indicate how they wish to vote by saying yea, nay, or abstain. The clerk will then announce the results of the vote. The chair will then declare whether the vote is carried or defeated. Okay, so we will start with the chair. Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson. Here. The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo. L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP. Oui. The Honourable Senator Coyle.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
No.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, oui, 5. No, 9.
So the motion is therefore defeated. And I would now ask his colleagues, shall clause 1 carry? Oh, in the same, oh, sorry, Senator Plett, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I again would like to move an amendment, and that amendment is that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 1 on page 2 by deleting lines 14 to 27. So this amendment relates to the amendment that the government has proposed to subsection 84 bracket 1 of the Act, which defines what is to be a prohibited firearm. The government argues that the definition of a prohibited firearm should be expanded to include a firearm that is not a handgun, discharges centerfire ammunition in a semi-automatic manner, was originally designed with a detachable cartridge magazine with a capacity of 6 cartridges or more, and is designed or manufactured on or after the day on which this paragraph comes into force. All of these criteria must apply for the firearm in question to be prohibited. As we heard from witnesses, there are numerous problems with this proposed definition. What the government is attempting to define as an assault-style firearm, for which there is actually no definition. I am sure that if many Canadians were asked what that term meant, they would say it means a firearm capable of being fired in a fully automatic manner. Indeed, if we think of any military rifle in service today, that is what such a rifle would be capable of. But such rifles have been legally prohibited for civilian use in Canada for many decades. So instead, the government now proposes to expand the prospective definition to also prohibit firearms simply because they happen to discharge ammunition in a semi-automatic manner. Theoretically, this would impact well over 1 million hunting firearms in Canada. Firearms that are actually classified as non-restricted under current Canadian law and which have been assessed as being entirely appropriate for hunting purposes in Canada. This is why so many hunters, including Indigenous hunters, oppose this provision so strongly. What the government now proposes to do is claim that it is prohibiting a range of semi-automatic rifles, but only if all of the provisions I mentioned apply. In practical terms, this means this provision will actually apply to very few firearms, if any, at least today. However, the government is signaling what it intends to do through regulation, and this is raising much confusion and considerable concern, particularly among Indigenous hunters who have testified about how the government consulted with them or did not consult with them. Colleagues, this provision has raised significant concerns among hunters, including Indigenous hunters. So again, I propose that the provision be deleted and would ask for your support.
Any questions or discussion, colleagues? All right. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment?
No.
Sounds like division.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Oppose? Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu. The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
No.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
No.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
And the Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, we 5. No, 8.
So the motion is defeated. Senator Plett, any more amendments here?
Please, Chair, thank you. So an amendment, I move that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 1 on page 3 by replacing line 4 with the following. Scission, an antique firearm or any such device that is brightly colored on 25% or more of its surface. This amendment would exclude from the definition of replica firearms any device designed or intended to resemble any device from being defined as a prohibited replica firearm. If that device is brightly colored on 25% or more of its surface. The challenge with replica or toy firearms that very closely resemble real firearms is the danger of them being wrongly seen by police as a real firearm. This amendment removes airsoft devices from being caught by that provision if they are brightly colored on more than 25% of their surface. In other words, it unambiguously exempts them from being wrongly categorized. Now, why is that important? When Mr. Brian McElmoyle of Airsoft in Canada appeared before our committee on November the 6th, he noted that clarification is still required in this bill to ensure when such toys are imported into Canada, CBSA has clear direction that they are to be considered as toys and not replica firearms. One approach that has been recommended by Airsoft in Canada through its submission to this committee is to provide that when such a toy is brightly colored on 25% or more of its surface, it is clearly a toy and can be easily identified by CBSA officers. Airsoft notes in its submission that adopting such an amendment would be generally comparable to provisions that exist in the United Kingdom, for example. Airsoft in Canada argues that such an amendment is generally acceptable to Canadian airsoft industry, though there will still be an impact on profitability given the need to color such toys accordingly. Nevertheless, the amendment would help to clarify the law when it comes to preserving the airsoft sport in Canada and also address the concerns raised by law enforcement. This amendment carries no cost to the government itself, but it would, according to Mr. McElmoyle, reduce confusion for CBSA when it is dealing with such imports and thereby reduce its workload. So again, I would hope that you would approve this amendment.
Senator Plett, any questions or discussion, colleagues? Okay, is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment?
Wait.
Read.
We have division,
Recorded vote.
recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
No.
The Honourable Senator, L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu. The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
No.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson. No. The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, oui, 4. No, 9.
Thank you. Colleagues, the motion in amendment is defeated, and I think this wraps up Clause 1. Shall Clause 1 carry, colleagues? On division.
And now,
We have a new clause.
Affaire, Monsieur le Président. Donc,
May I, Chair? I suggest that the bill be amended at page 3 by adding the following after line 30 in French, 27 in English, 1.011, subsection 95.1 of the Act is replaced by the following 95.1. Subject to subsection 3, every person commits an offence who possesses a loaded, prohibited firearm or restricted firearm, or an unloaded, prohibited firearm or restricted firearm, together with ammunition that is capable of being discharged in the firearm and that is capable of being loaded into it without delay. Paragraph 2. Paragraph 95.2a of the Act is replaced by the following. A. Is guilty of an indictable offence and is liable. I. In either of the following cases, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 3 years for a first offence and 5 years for a second or subsequent offence. A. The offence is committed for the purpose of committing an indictable offence under this Act or the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, or B. The offence is committed in a manner that, having regard to all the circumstances, creates a real risk of physical or psychological harm to another person. And, small I, in any other case, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years. or paragraph 3, subsection 95(3) of the Act is replaced by the following 2.1. For the purposes of clause 2a small I b, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, the offence is deemed to be committed in a manner that, having regard to all the circumstances, creates a real risk of physical or psychological harm to another person if it is committed A, in a place where another person is present, or B, in or next to a school or other public place, as defined in Section 150, usually frequented by persons under the age of 18 years, at a time when such persons can reasonably be expected to be present. 3. Subsection 1 does not apply to a person who A, possesses the firearm in accordance with the Firearms Act and any regulation made under Section 117 of that Act respecting the storage, handling, transportation, or display of prohibited firearms or restricted firearms, as the case may be. B, is using the firearm under the direct and immediate supervision of another person who is lawfully entitled to possess it, and is using the firearm in a manner in which that other person may lawfully use it, or C, comes into possession of the firearm by the operation of law and intends to, within a reasonable period, lawfully dispose of it or take the necessary measures to possess it in accordance with the Firearms Act and any regulation made under Section 117 of that Act respecting the storage, handling, transportation, or display of prohibited firearms or restricted firearms, as the case may be. And finally, 4, for greater certainty, a person may plead the common law rule of innocent possession in respective proceedings for an offence under subsection 1. End of the amendment. So this amendment suggests mandatory minimal sentencing for the possession of a loaded prohibited firearm or restricted firearm, which is different from what was proposed earlier to a small I and small double I, and increases imprisonment to 14 years, which is fully in accordance with Section 14. Even though this has been found unconstitutional in a prior case in 2015, the Harper government did present for Bill 69 an attempt to respond to this, and this was changed, the amendments incorporating the changes to Section 95, which were announced at C29, or in C29. So I suggest circumstances in which an individual would use a prohibited or restricted firearm that is either loaded or easy to load to commit a criminal act, or uses it to create a physical or psychological harm, potential of such to others, real risk, or in a place where reasonably there might be children, persons under the age of 18. So the amendment includes exceptions, excludes circumstances in which a firearm would be possessed in accordance with the Firearms Act, and or a person intends to respect the Act. In April 2015, the Supreme Court annulled the minimum imprisonment for possession, and most of judges ruled that in certain circumstances, the mandatory term of 3 years or of 5 years for a second or repeat offense could be disproportionate to the situation, but only for certain people. The government at that time responded to the matter of the Queen against contenu with C69, which took into account the arguments put forward by the justices, most of them, the majority, and reflected the amendment that senators of this committee have considered and now have before us. Unfortunately, this bill was not carried due to the elections, and it was not picked up on. So the amendment comes directly from that procedure, and it covers firearms which is restricted or prohibited, many including handguns, many of which come in over the border and are now in our cities, are smuggled in, and takes into account the decision of the court in the Queen against Noor versus Noor regarding minimal sentences. So this was the government responding to the decision of the Supreme Court, and we decided not to go further. And what we have here, rather than the imperfect bill that is now before us, I think that we should bring in this amendment, accept this amendment, and work through criminal legislation, really, and criminal enforcement to really deal with smuggled firearms rather than attacking law-abiding citizens who possess firearms. I think this is an obligation. We must shift this profoundly mistaken approach here in this bill, and that this would go part of the way towards that. We are confronted with an epidemic of criminality, of street gangs using illegal firearms in our urban centres. Many of them are recidivists. According to Statistics Canada, 788 persons have been assassinated in Canada. Comparing this to 2013, there were only 509 in that year. So 8 years later, the number of murders has risen by 50%. In 2021, a quarter of these deaths were linked to street gangs, shootouts using prohibited firearms. I would like to underscore the testimony that I found very gripping, that of Brian Sauvé, the chair of the Federation of Police Officers, who stated that 400 street gangs are now operating in Toronto, the streets of Toronto. According to police witnesses, prior members of these gangs regularly access prohibited and illegal firearms. Marcel Wilson, as well, a founder and president of the One by One movement, who told us on the 30th of October that people could easily get hold of such weapons. It would take about 2 hours, and I quote his testimony because I found it so striking. He told us, unfortunately, people are killed using legal firearms in Canada. That does take place, but I think that any expert, any rational person can agree that when it comes to violence linked to firearms in Canada, that's a minority of cases. If we wish to stem the violence involving firearms in Canada, step one will be to address the presence of illegal firearms in Canada and how they get into the country. So, dear colleagues, to do so, we must include relevant penalties and sanctions, and this is what the amendment puts forward. I would also like to quote a prior Liberal minister, Brian Rock, who in 1975 said, and I quote, "The right way to address firearms in Canada would be to appropriately regulate the illegal and criminal use of these firearms, yet respect law-abiding owners. We need stricter controls at the borders and more severe penalties for smuggling and arms traffic." And 30 years later, it looks like we're still in the same situation. Dear colleagues, We cannot sidestep our responsibility to provide for stiffer penalties. This is why I put forward the amendment here and hope that you will support me. I'm available, of course, to answer any questions.
So, colleagues, we have, I think, Senator LaBoucane-Benson, who has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I know quite a few amendments today deal with mandatory minimums, so I'll make a few quick points. First, in general, mandatory minimum penalties prevent judges from using their discretion to tailor a sentence to the specifics of the offender and the offense. In other words, they prevent the judge from considering context, which is not usually the best way to achieve a just result. Second, several mandatory minimums have been struck down by the courts, so it's questionable whether those being proposed in amendments today are actually constitutional. Third, mandatory minimums are associated with aggravating the overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black people in our prisons. Fourth, there's no evidence that mandatory minimum penalties serve to deter or reduce crime. Fifth, many of the mandatory minimums being proposed today were repealed by Parliament a year ago through Bill C5. The bill was studied in depth by our colleagues in the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, and it was adopted by the Senate just last year with a strong majority support. And finally, there is no contradiction between addressing gun violence and repealing mandatory minimums. We should be getting dangerous firearms out of our communities and off our streets, and when someone commits an offense using a firearm, the sentence should fit the crime. It doesn't make us any safer if judges aren't allowed to distinguish between some crime boss running a sophisticated straw purchasing operation and a woman in an abusive relationship who's caught storing her boyfriend's gun. So for these reasons, I encourage the committee members to oppose this and all the amendments that propose to add or reinstate mandatory minimums. Thank you, colleagues.
Mr. Carignan, did you?
Oui, ben je réponds.
Yes, I would certainly like to respond. This is why I am putting forward this amendment, which is in line with the Supreme Court's decision. The Supreme Court's decision established that when it was found unconstitutional, it was really at the limit, that the legislation might create incongruous situations such that in very specific cases, the section might lead to a cruel, unusual, or abusive penalty, basically, and that's what was taken into account. And that is why we structured the amendment as we have to cover for situations for which the Supreme Court ruling makes this reasonable, excluding the part where the Supreme Court arrived at the very limit of real facts, where indeed it might slip into, the penalty might become really abusive and excessive. I'm aware of that, and that is why we worked up an amendment that balances for that.
Okay, colleagues, is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment? I'm hearing, I think, a preponderance of noes over here, but...
Well, Chair, you're always saying you're hearing division, but you're really never telling us what the vote is in your opinion. So I'm always asking for a recorded vote. I don't necessarily want to do that on behalf of the government if you're declaring that we won the amendment. So I'm going to ask you at least to let us know how you feel the voice vote went before I ask for a recorded vote.
It was my ears were telling me and my eyes were telling me that there were at least 7 senators who were voting
no problem,
against.
and I accept that. It's just, I hadn't heard that from you.
Okay, fair enough.
And your ears, I'll appreciate your eyes. Everybody's just looking down on their papers and not really giving any indication with their eyes, so I would question that in some humor there.
Okay.
But I will ask for a recorded vote.
Fair enough. So, Madam Clerk?
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson. Yes. The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honorable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP. The Honorable Senator Coyle. L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honorable Senator Dasko. The Honorable Senator Deacon. The Honorable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honorable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honorable Senator Richards.
Oui.
The Honorable Senator Yussuff. Yes, we 6. No, 8.
Colleagues, the motion in amendment is defeated. I believe that we have another amendment coming up. Senator Plett, Senator Carignan.
Je vais essayer de poser mon leader.
I will try to give my leader a chance to breathe. A bit of a break, and I have another amendment to propose. It is somewhat shorter than the prior one. That Bill C-21 be amended on page 3 by adding the following after line 27. 1.01 paragraph 96(2)(a) of the Act is replaced by the following. A, is guilty of an indictable offense and is liable, small I, in the case of a prohibited firearm, a restricted firearm, or a non-restricted firearm designed to discharge centerfire ammunition, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years, and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 1 year, and, double small I, in any other case to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years. This amendment would institute a mandatory minimum penalty, which we saw at 96(2)(a), but with a small change, aiming to once again solve the constitutionality issue. Once again, bringing the period to 14 years, contrary to Section 14 of C-21. The old 95(3) was found unconstitutional in the case of the Queen versus Robinson in 2020 BC CA 65. The court judged that the mandatory minimum penalty was unconstitutional based on a scenario that was totally hypothetical involving possession of a firearm, a certain firearm, feeling that the mandatory minimum penalty would only apply if it were prohibited, restricted use, or without authorization for centerfire ammunition, which would exclude, more particularly, certain .22 caliber pistols, for example, among other firearms. The change would also respond to the hypothetical scenario that led to the conclusion reached by the court in finding the matter unconstitutional. And it also bears upon possession of a firearm obtained through crime. And 97(1), Section 97(1) of the Criminal Code, and free quote, subject to Section 3, it is a crime to have a prohibited or a restricted firearm in one's possession, restricted munitions or cartridges that one knows to have been taken charge of due to a crime or in the commission of a crime. So this crime could be punished with an imprisonment of 1 year. And in BC, in the case of Robertson, that was what happened. Most of the judges drew out the scenario in which a person could be affected by that clause, as I said earlier, a air carbon, and this was accepted without commentary for C5 in the Bill C5, and simply what happened is that the mandatory minimum penalty was repealed for that. So via this amendment, I think that we now have an opportunity to get a better handle on the situation, to do something that the government probably should have done originally in the bill. A number of witnesses have suggested that stolen firearms are an extremely serious issue in the criminal world in Canada, and I think Senator Dasko referred to this issue several times over. And as the Saskatchewan Chief Firearms Officer also brought this up, referring to the 23rd of October situation he discussed with us, and I think that right here we now have a chance to truly address this issue. The change I'm putting forward then would ensure that the prior mandatory minimum penalty be brought back in for possession of a prohibited firearm or restricted firearm or a stolen firearm. But if with the inclusion of context and munition. So just to be clear, center fire ammunition are the powerful ammunition that can be found in any prohibited or restricted firearm. So by limiting the mandatory minimum penalty to long guns of this type, which is what was at issue in the BC ruling, that's what's being done here. When the government makes these texts, they should be very attentive and should have taken this matter into account. If they think that public safety must be taken into account, then that is covered by the need to respect the dialogue launched based on the court's ruling. So the government once again decided not to move on that, and despite this growing problem of stolen firearms being used in the street, they decided to reduce the mandatory minimum penalty rather than raising it. So I suggest that with this amendment, we do better. And I hope that you will support this amendment. And I remain available to clarify the matter or respond to your questions if you do need clarification.
Any questions or comments? Senator Dasko.
Thank you, Senator Carignan. Do I understand that part of your critique is that the court based their decision on a hypothetical case? You mentioned that. Is that part of your critique of what the court did, or?
Non, ben c'est le critère. C'est de la...
Well, it's the criteria. This is the way the court has to deal with things, of course. I'm not criticizing the court, but the court checks out, thinks through hypothetical situations that might occur in order to judge the constitutionality, basically. So taking a constitutional case, they say, look, that's fine. So how could we design a section that could remove this hypothetical possibility, which is not a good one, and focus on the real issues? We want to solve a real problem and, of course, not stray into a hypothetical where there's no real moral issue or criminal issue, but accidentally, basically, in that case, upon drawing up this bill, you know, it opened the possibility for this hypothetical part of the factual field that could criminalize a situation or make a situation criminal, although it shouldn't be, or impose a mandatory penalty in a situation where it shouldn't be imposed. So the amendment is a fine-tuning to draw the division line a little more clearly sharpening the pencils to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Let's test this then. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment?
Agreed. No.
I'm seeing a majority of no, Senator Plett. It's in your hands as to how we proceed.
I heard we had it, but if you declare you've got the same ear that the speaker has.
Okay.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
No.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Bean. L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan. CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle. L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko. The Honourable Senator Deacon. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards. The Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, we, 6. No, 8.
Thank you. Accordingly, the motion in amendment is defeated, and we will now move on to the next amendment.
Microphone, please. Thank you, Chair. I have a few amendments. I propose that C21 be amended on page 3 by adding the following after line 27. 1.01, subsection 92.3 of the Act is replaced by the following. Sub 3, every person who commits an offence under subsection 1 or 2 is guilty of an indictable offence and liable, A, in the case of a first offence to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 14 years, paragraph B, in the case of a second offence to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 1 year. So you will understand when the prior minister came to us, if my memory serves me well, 2022 rather, he stated of the bill that it would eradicate firearm violence and protect Canadians. As many witnesses have told us, the bill will have little effect on firearm violence and even less effect on organized crime. This bill will actually not do what it's intended to do. It does nothing further to solve the smuggling of firearms problem. We have seen this in the testimony of many specialists, and we know that the main source of organized crimes, handguns, is a smuggled supply. So, studying a bill which aims to eradicate violence, I think we're really far from the mark. And meanwhile, as we've seen, the government has adopted C5, which I believe will really amplify firearm violence by repealing, basically, getting rid of minimum penalties. If we wish to support the minister in his efforts to deal with organized crime, we won't be able to do that based solely on the maximum penalty, the mandatory maximum penalty of 14 years. We have seen that that is not a penalty that has been given out in Canada recently. In fact, the most severe has been 2 years plus a day, and there's been only one. Most of the sentences have been between 3 and 6 months. And this is a situation that has indeed fed into the rising rates of criminality, street gangs using illegal firearms. So the government has sent out a really contradictory message by adopting C5 and letting us believe that C21 will all by itself be able to reduce criminality and violence using firearms. It's a blatant contradiction. The only way to bring things back on track to ensure credibility would be to bring back mandatory minimum penalties, and that is what my amendment, the NDP C21-101327B, by the way, would like to do. And I think this is the only message that we can correctly and appropriately send to street gangs. We've seen the statistics, the 14 to 18-year-olds with handguns, with firearms. That's where most of the new firearms are going in Canada. So here, there is no real attempt to repress organized crime by sending out a strong message that there will be mandatory minimum penalties, imprisonment. Otherwise, the minister is making empty promises. For these reasons, I would ask that we carry this amendment.
Questions or comments, colleagues? There appear to be none. Sorry.
Perhaps I could really take a moment to underscore how important the indictable offenses are here. Let me just take Section 85. Basically, 85 sub 3, referring to the offenses at 85, the different sections of it. And these are very serious offenses. 85.1, anyone who basically causes physical or harm or intends to by using a firearm while carrying out a criminal offense, which is not a crime at 201, such as criminal negligence, involuntary homicide, attempted homicide, or while committing a criminal offense, or while escaping after committing or trying to commit a criminal offense. And then on to paragraph 2, they say it is an offense if someone uses a weapon, a firearm, or a false firearm when carrying out a criminal offense. Basically, that's what it says. So it's a kind of a situation where you have aggravating factors, and all this is taking place while someone is carrying out a criminal offense or is trying to do so. It's not just, walking around with a firearm. It's doing something with that firearm, the commission of a criminal offense. So I think that given the grave nature of these offenses, my colleague has a very sensible idea. This deserves mandatory penalties, mandatory minimum penalties. I think that the balance that Senator Boisvenu has worked up here is a really interesting one for addressing these issues. So I support Senator Boisvenu's amendment.
Thoughts or comments, colleagues? All right. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment? Okay. I had trouble tracking that one, so why don't we do a recorded vote, Senator Plett?
Appelez le vote, Monsieur le Président.
Please call the vote, Chair.
We're okay. Let's do a recorded vote, and we'll see.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson. The Honourable Senator Beam. L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu. The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko. The Honourable Senator Deacon. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson. The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards. The Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, 6. No, 8.
Colleagues, the amendment is accordingly defeated, and I believe that we move on to another amendment now. Next.
Alors, ma deuxième...
So my second amendment that I now put forward is that Bill C-21 be amended on page 3 by adding the following after line 27. (1.01) subsection 92 sub 3 this time of the Act is replaced by the following. 3. Every person who commits an offence under subsection 1 or 2 is guilty of an indictable offence and liable, A, in the case of a first offence, to an imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years, B, in the case of a second offence, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 1 year, and C, in the case of a third or subsequent offence, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years, minimum 2 years less a day. Let me explain myself, Chair. It resembles the prior one, but right now this one is about illegally possessed firearms. The first one regarding subsection 85.3 was about all firearms, but here regarding subsection 92.3, it's about restricted firearms. Here I'm suggesting that we change C5, which also withdrew mandatory minimum penalties even for people possessing illegal weapons, and Section 4 speaks to specific details, even if they don't have a permit, but under the surveillance of someone who might be a legal possessor of the weapon or does legally possess it. Therefore, the minimum penalties only applies to recidivists for which there's an obvious intent to commit a crime. So the more serious situations, but those who have illegal weapons there might not be picked up on. So this is with reference to a witness who told us that we continue to affirm that the illegal possession of firearms, if we address only that, the handguns, we won't be able to address criminality, because these are firearms obtained in the United States or through the United States, and they are used by sophisticated criminal groups and street gangs. And Mr. Wall, a police officer from Montreal, and I quote him, C-21 has not taken aim correctly. It's a superficial approach that will in no way reduce the number of shootouts and shootings committed by violent criminals who almost always use illegal firearms. Rather than addressing illegal smuggling of firearms over the border or via Indigenous reserves, we're not going to be doing anything. You're only going to be hitting upon people who are lawful possessors, legally own their weapons for hunting, let's say, or sport. The courts almost never hand down a penalty of longer than 10 years or even that high. So why even refer to 14 years? And Mr. Rainville, who was found in possession of 250 pistols and other pistol parts, was sent in for 5 years but was let out after 1. So this is a big problem in Canada, illegal firearms and the smuggling of them. And this bill in its current form does very little to stem it or to stop the criminals who are carrying out the smuggling, and the minimum penalties aren't happening. Another witness, I'll quote him, 2019 to 2020, there was only one 2-year penalty. Otherwise, it was 3 to 6 months. So we can see that at present, we're encouraging criminals, organized crime, to possess these weapons. Unless we do something about the mandatory minimum penalties, I think that C21 and the minister's ability to do anything about criminal behavior will be useless. That's why I'm putting forward this amendment.
Senator Cardozo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments on the issue of the debate over the mandatory minimum penalties. A couple of points. One is, often when people criticize the removal of mandatory minimum sentences, they kind of leave an impression that the penalty is being removed altogether. That's not the case at all. We're leaving it to the discretion of the judge to decide on the penalty. And judges develop their penalties based on jurisprudence and what is happening across the country. But to put this in, the only way we can make it stick is to use the notwithstanding clause. And unless that's accompanies the penalty, I don't think it's a serious, unless it accompanies the amendment, I don't think it's a serious amendment. As we're looking at this bill, C21, I'm really focused on the problem, the crisis of the epidemic of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And I think that's what we really have to be focused on. We've had some terribly tragic mass shootings, mass casualties, and those are the issues that I want to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carignan.
Oui, juste signaler mon...
Yes, I would just like to say, with all due respect, that I disagree with Senator Cardozo. Well, it's not only the notwithstanding clause. That's not the only thing that can be used to ensure minimum penalties. As I said earlier, the Supreme Court has stated that in some situations, mandatory minimum penalties were justified, were reasonable, and were not cruel and excessive punishment. So the notwithstanding clause was not necessarily used in these situations. Sometimes these penalties have a very considerable dissuasive effect. For example, minimum penalties for driving under the influence. People take the test, and it's well recognized that these tests change people's behavior because there's going to be a minimum penalty. It's a clear message. Or sometimes a maximum penalty that's mandatory, but this allows the judges to have some idea of where to aim. You're saying we must leave this up to the judges, but we at parliamentarians have a role to play. We should indicate to the courts and to the bench what we at Parliament, the House of Commons, take to be more serious crimes. In this case, 14 years. And anyone with a prohibited firearm once Well, first time, no mandatory minimum penalty. A second time, I mean, I suppose you'd have to be very unlucky to be picked up twice with a prohibited firearm in your possession. So, well, a minimum penalty of 1 year. And if this happens a third time, I mean, really unlucky circumstances, I suppose, for this poor person, I'm sorry, this will have to be 3 years. So it's quite clear that when we institute mandatory minimums for repeat offense, repeat possession of prohibited weapons, we are focusing on criminalized individuals, very dangerous people, for whom the current penalties are insufficient. Senator Boisvenu has underscored this. The testimony provided by Mr. Matthew Taylor, who's an attorney and a director of criminal law for the Minister of Justice, and he responded to a question put by Senator Yussuff asking, what is the average penalty that comes down for smuggling of illegal firearms into Canada? And the answer, quoted by Senator Boisvenu in 2019-2020, one penalty of more than 2 years, and otherwise in 2018 for 3 to 6 months. So that's the result. So far, it's our role to indicate to the bench what we wish to fight, what message we wish to send down to counter criminality. And if the penalties are insufficient, it's up to us to indicate this. If we don't, the courts will say, oh, well, the legislators decided this is unnecessary, not an issue we need to fight head on. They had a chance to amend this, but they didn't. So we'll just base this on our own discretion and our judgment, keeping that in mind. And we'll just use the parameters that already exist. So by questioning the minimum penalties, we're saying that we, House of Commons, are listening to citizens. Citizens are calling for a change. There are serious situations going down out there. We have proof of smuggling, of street gangs, everything that we've heard from the witnesses and that we see in the headlines, in the media about street gangs. And, if we hear more than the average citizen does, but we are then deciding that we want to take action. So this is not at all saying, that the only solution is for minimum penalties is to use the notwithstanding clause. That's not where we're going at all. Thank you so much, Chair. So, you know very well that when we put forward mandatory minimum penalties, we're not doing so under the impression that courts don't hand down sentences. We are doing so solely, and by the way, it's the Chief of Police of Toronto who came to say, stop putting people in prison, then 2 months later they're back out in the street committing the very same crimes. That's what police officers are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. The lack of mandatory minimum penalties is such that they tell us that we've got a revolving door in the justice system. This discourages police officers from intervening, from getting involved. They say, look, there's going to be no consequence to their behavior, or only a very small consequence. A mandatory minimum penalty, it's 3 to 6 months of prison. It's not a full year, Senator Cardozo, because our legal system has satisfied itself that the parole board will come in and free these people after a few months. It should be at least 2 years. So, a 1 year minimum penalty, if people think this is too severe, I think that, the message is being sent that no behavior will get away without a minimum penalty. This is what we are sending as a message to criminals, you won't get away with anything less than this. There will be a minimum penalty for this behavior. Otherwise, they feel there's no consequence to their acts. And when that happens, you get what we now see in the streets. It's just a growing problem, as you know. They're overtaking the streets. They're doing so in Toronto, in Montreal. They're now in Sherbrooke. They're in Quebec City. They're now heading out to the regions. I think we need to make it very clear that enough is enough. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Boisvenu.
Well, thank you, Chair. Actually, I mean, most of the points that I was going to make have been made, so I won't repeat those, but I do want to just say, you know, we have a gun bill here in front of us that says the government wants to clamp down on some illegal activities. That's what they're saying. When they're in fact clamping down on legal activities, they say they want to clamp down on illegal activities. And then when somebody wants to help improve that, so in fact somebody that does do something illegal suffers the consequences, then we have that same government and that same group of, in this case, senators saying, well, no, but let's not be too harsh on these people that do this. Senator Cardozo used two illustrations, one of domestic violence and one of mass shootings. And I hate being somebody trying to lump me into a crowd that makes believe that there are senators here that aren't horrified by domestic violence and mass shootings. We all are. It's a matter of what do we do to punish people that do that. And then when there are those here that want to hand down crimes on people or sentences, tough sentences on those people, then we have the same people on the other side fighting that. But yeah, but let's not be too harsh on these people. Well, you know, Senator Cardozo, if you're so concerned about the mass shootings and domestic violence, and I know you are, then let's be tough on the people that do it. But instead you're suggesting, well, no, let's not do that. We have people that are going around saying, I hope I'm in front of that judge, because that judge is much more lenient than that judge. If Parliament would do their job and invoke these mandatory minimums, then we would have some consistency. Instead, the government comes along and puts in a maximum sentence in one of their clauses, a maximum, when the maximum that we have today has never been reached. So this is just simply trying to show and pretend that we have somebody who is tough on crime, that when everything we're doing here, even today, is saying that those same people that are horrified by the what's going on are here today saying, but let's not be too difficult, let's not be too tough on them. Senator Boisvenu has got a good amendment here, colleagues, and something that we should all be wanting to support if we want to be tough on crime. Thank you, Chair.
Senator.
But of course, Senator Plett, I'll just say I never suggested we should be less harsh on anybody. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues. Let's test this then. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment?
Agreed.
I see a majority of recorded vote. Okay.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson. Yes. The Honourable Senator Beam. L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle. L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko. The Honourable Senator Deacon. No. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson. No. The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards. Yay, thank you. The Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, 6, no, 8.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion in amendment is therefore defeated. And that brings us through that clause. And we move on. Colleagues, shall clause 1.1 carry? Shall, on division. Shall clause 1.2 carry? On division. Shall clause 1.3 carry? On division. Shall clause 1.4 carry? On division. Clause 1.5, shall it carry? I see an amendment signalled from Senator Plett.
Honourable colleagues, I will read my amendment to begin and then provide explanation. So, I move that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 1.5 on page 6 by adding the following after line 23. 2.1, Section 103 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 2. Despite subsection 2, every person who commits an offence under subsection 1 for the benefit of or at the direction of or in association with a criminal organization is guilty of an indictable offence and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 5 years. Now, of course, this is somewhat in the same line of thinking as my prior amendments, using the same logic. If we address the principal issue, which is the smuggling of firearms over the border, which in most, if not all cases, is under the direction of or supervision of organized crime, and my colleague, Senator Carignan, was saying earlier in 2001, 788 people were assassinated in Canada, and that's 50% more than in 2013. And recently, a quarter of those are linked to street gangs, principally operating in cities, without taking into account the mass casualty shootings, which also use prohibited firearms and are severe risk for Canadians in general, women, children, the innocent. So illegally acquired firearms represent 3/4 of the causes of all homicides in street gang violence. Brian Sauvé said last year before the House of Commons that some 400 street gangs are operating solely in Toronto. According to police testimony and other old prior members of gangs, these gangs regularly access these weapons from across the border. Mr. Wilson, the founder of the One by One movement, whom we heard here, stated before our committee that it was easy to get hold of such a firearm in the streets within 2 hours. That's pretty much the same information we got from the Toronto Chief of Police, the same information from the police officers in Montreal. Getting hold of a firearm in the streets of Montreal or Toronto is as simple as going to buy a bicycle. In Montreal, 95% of handguns were illegally sourced. In Ontario, 79% were foreign sourced, mostly the USA. Many witnesses came to tell our committee that we must address the smuggling of firearms. Unfortunately, Bill C-21 does not address this issue, hardly at all, other than for setting a minimum mandatory penalty of 14 years of imprisonment rather than less. But as I say, most criminals will clock in at a third of that. So a 5 or 6 year sentence, most of them will be released at a third of that. So by setting the imprisonment term for 14, it turns out to be a minimum of 5 years. we know that they will be behind bars for a certain period of time. They probably won't go back to crime immediately. They might, behind bars, get involved in programming that could reform them. Being in a prison for 1 or 2 years has very little effect on rehabilitation, no, but being there for 5 or 6 years might have an effect, because these people will be required to work on their criminal behavior, criminal tendencies, and they may become good law-abiding citizens. So I think that having a imprisonment of a maximum nature is good, but I think having both a maximum and a minimum is even better. So that's why I'm suggesting this bracketing, basically 14 and 5, so that we know that a criminal who winds up with the highest level of imprisonment won't be out on the streets going back to their criminal behavior within a few years. That's my amendment, Chair.
Carignan.
Well, of course, I wish to support my colleague's motion here with this amendment. I would like to insist on the severity of the crime at 103. Basically, this is the importing and the exporting of prohibited firearms. This offense really speaks to the essence of the difficulties we're experiencing in all our big cities of Canada that are basically seeing so much gang violence, so many street gangs in their streets, and I really want to underscore how important this is. Section 103, subsection 2, already allows for a first offense minimum penalty of here, and then the second offense 5 years, so you go from 3 to 5, but this also adds in the notion of committing offense involved with a criminal organization. So if someone is doing this for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association with a criminal organization, it's a higher level of sophistication, a higher level of a criminal intent. It's clear these are not weapons that are going to wind up in a legacy collection or in the hands of young adults, but really in the hands of people involved in criminal organizations. So this is a much more serious offense that calls for minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 5 years, much as recidivism, which is already addressed in 103, for which there's a minimum punishment of imprisonment as well. So I think that this is a reasonable suggestion. It addresses the issue head-on, and it's a good chance to send out a message. We are in a position to send out a message, and we must. I insist on this. It's as though people are voting yes, no, this is enough, or we see a pretty sort of structured voting here, repetitive voting, for example, against these amendments, and we will be called to task by citizens. When criminal offenses are committed, we won't be able to wash our hands of them in future. We won't be able to say, oh, we didn't see it coming, because we see it coming right here today. We can't hide our heads in the sand like ostriches saying, well, I should have, because our opinion bears weight. These are not, just light tea time decisions. This is a serious matter. So I draw our attention to that, and I suggest that we all support the amendment. I will be brief, Chair. No later than a few days ago, I was with my colleague, Senator Dagenais, with a couple of former police officers. Now, it's a very difficult position they're in, very difficult work they carry out. The legislator whom we represent and the justice system must support their work, and they are currently very discouraged, mostly because they do pick up criminals who have no fear of the justice system, knowing that C5 and so on don't bear any weight. And a few months down the road, they have to go and get the same criminal, drag them back to the palais de justice, back to the courtroom, and we're wondering why there is so much backlog in judging these people. Well, it's because the same people are sent out onto the street with no consequences to their behavior, or very light consequences, and they just go back to organized crime. So I think this amendment would support the work of police officers. It says, we back you. And if we're dealing with criminal organization, if someone has imported weapons in support of a criminal gang, and worse than that, puts these into the hands of young people, 14, 15, 16 years old, adolescents, and they wind up shooting each other down in the streets. Look, if we don't send out a really strong message, look, we're really sorry, but in a case like this, there is going to be a minimum penalty of imprisonment, 5 years, because we can't tolerate having criminal organizations bringing in and providing firearms to children. We wouldn't accept this for drugs. Why do we accept it for firearms? Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I needn't remind you that I myself was a police officer for 40 years. Most unfortunately, the people who committed crimes using firearms were and are let free far too easily and too early. My own experience, people would come into the court in the morning. They were given conditions to respect, very nice, let out, and then in the evening we'd arrest them again because they hadn't respected their conditions. It had become a kind of a funnel. People came in and went out. Yes, there was some sort of criminal or legal process going on, but it wasn't sufficient. And police officers needn't explain to me why they're frustrated. I myself was frustrated for 40 years. Yes, the bill is here and suggested to manage firearms to ensure the safety of citizens, of course, and there are some amendments that intend to bring back these minimum penalties, which will be very useful in that regard, in my opinion. Standing in for police officers, I can tell you that it's really, you wake up and it's sort of like pushing Sisyphus's stone up the hill. It's rolling back down on you again. It's a revolving door. What really made me smile when I stepped into a courtroom was when judges said, and certainly I don't want to see you again in my courtroom. Everyone knew that that was just a laughing matter. So we really need to take more seriously our voting on these amendments. Of course, one can vote no, but when it comes to minimum punishments of imprisonments, I think that we should really weigh how serious these amendments are, how seriously they're being put forward in order to improve and ensure the safety of citizens by sending the message to criminals, look, stop, stop. You're not just going to walk into court and walk out again and walk back in again. That's why I suggest that we support these amendments.
Dagenais, I see no more senators wishing to speak, so is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment? That's a pretty clear no, I think. Yep. Okay.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson. The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP. The Honourable Senator Coyle. L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko. The Honourable Senator Deacon. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson. The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff. Yes, 6. No, 8.
Colleagues, accordingly, the motion in amendment is defeated, and that would cause me to ask whether... Sorry?
A roll call vote, a recorded vote. People must express themselves openly when they vote. When I was an attorney and I would question people would simply shake their head. That's not a yes or a no. One has to say something because the stenographer was unable to record a head gesture. So it's important that people speak up with their vote, because outside of the chamber here, we don't always hear the votes outside the committee room because people aren't voting openly. So just to ensure transparency, given that people are listening to us, I would request that my honourable senators speak up in their voting.
I'll take that as a going forward request, Senator Carignan, and it's an important point. Accordingly, shall colleagues clause 1.5 carry? Yes. On division?
Yes, on division.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, shall clause 1.6 carry?
Yes.
Thank you. Shall clause 2 carry?
Yes.
On division. Shall clause 3 carry?
Yes.
On division. Shall clause 3.1 carry?
Yes.
On division. Shall clause 3.2 carry?
Yes.
On division. Shall clause 4 carry? I believe we have an amendment here.
Yes, indeed, Chair, and thank you so much for recognizing me. So, honourable colleagues, honourable senators, I move that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 4A on page 10, small I, by replacing lines 1 to 3 with the following. 110 sub 1. Subsection 1, a member of a person's immediate family or an individual who resides with a person, an organization authorized to submit an application on the family members or that individual's behalf, a peace officer or a medical professional may make an ex parte application to a provincial court judge for an order prohibiting the person against whom the order is sought from possessing any firearm, crossbow, double small I, by replacing line 6 with the following, or any such things if the person applying believes on B at page 15, small I, by replacing lines 26 to 25 with the following. Unfortunately, I seem to be missing the next page. So sorry, dear colleagues. So continuing from where I left off, 110.1 sub 1, a member of a person's immediate family or an individual who resides with the person, an organization authorized to submit an application on the family members or that individual's behalf, a peace officer or a medical professional, may make an ex parte application to a provincial court judge for an order prohibiting the person against whom the order is sought from possessing any firearm, crossbow, double I, by replacing line 31 with the following: explosive substances or all such things if the person applying. So, honourable colleagues, this amendment, as you have surely guessed, addresses the infamous red flag issue. In the current version, the bill provides that anyone can make an ex parte application to a provincial court judge for an order prohibiting the person against whom the order sought from possessing a firearm, crossbow, or other firearm that is restricted. And this amendment specifies who that would be. My amendment would restrict the number of people who could make such a request to a member of a person's immediate family, an individual who resides with a person, an organization authorized to submit an application on the family members or that individual's behalf, a peace officer, or a medical professional. We must keep in mind that the current legislation, or under the current legislation, any person with no restrictions on who that would be can call a police officer or a chief firearms officer if they're concerned about the presence of a firearm in a home of someone who may be problematic, and that could lead to a police officer withdrawing that firearm. The red flag provision would allow any individual to go to a provincial court judge to reach the same result. Personally, I'm not sure who could do this, but anyway, it seems that it's anyone, and that's what the government has in mind for this bill. So my amendment would restrict the number of people or organizations who could raise the red flag. Witnesses came before us to say that this provision could be used ill-used, for example, if there's disagreement between neighbors, a dispute, or based on bias against minority communities. Indeed, people from the First Nations, I think it was Chief Jessica Lézard, a Mohawk of Kanawaki, underscored, and I open a parenthesis here, an aside here, to touch on what he said, that the red or yellow flags were worried about this because this is based on anonymous interventions that might lead to bias. And even the Canadian bar came before us to say that these provisions do represent a risk to public security, and it's a disproportionate risk for marginalized groups. And orders that will come down based on 110.2 may lead to serious charter challenges before the courts. And at present, police officers play an important role in filtering through the requests of this nature, and based on the security risks of everyone involved, and police officers will investigate to make sure that the concerns are well-founded. So my amendment would lead us to respect the current situation, which, according to the majority of our witnesses, is sufficient. And just opening the door to anyone going to a provincial court, this risks crossing a line, breaches of the Constitution, and more litigation based on a number of matters, mental illness, family violence, and these things are already there. People can go to police officers who play that special role of ensuring that the situation is serious before they intervene. Thank you, Chair.
In questions and discussion, Senators LaBoucane-Benson, Anderson and Richards. Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question for my honourable colleague. I'm noticing how this amendment is written, and it includes immediate family members, members of the household. Can you just confirm that would not include a former spouse or a girlfriend, boyfriend, fiance who might not live with the firearms owner?
These are people living under the same roof. The law, you must be referring to potential domestic violence. The legislation already allows for a ex-partner speaking about a partner. And as I say, when it's not broken, don't fix it. already the current legislation allows for what you're suggesting, and it's applied quite well. It works well. There are problems, but of course that's the case. But there have been very few cases where women have been killed with a firearm. And when it occurs, it's because the police officers had been slow to go and get the firearm. It's not that the legislation was wrong. It was just that the police intervention was too late and the weapon couldn't be seized in time. But right now, the legislative framework allowing for denouncing someone as being a risk is perfectly adequate. And perfectly adequate for mental health situations and family violence, domestic violence situations. These are indeed the situations that police officers intervene in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have a problem with this clause, and I mentioned it during the debate on this bill to a woman from a police officer and a fine police officer from Vancouver. And she said that she didn't mind this provision in the bill at all until I spoke to her privately. And at the end of the session, I said, false witnessing is a terrible, terrible thing. It's almost, I'm not saying it's as bad as murder, but it's come pretty close. And it can drive a wedge in society that is irreparable, and into families that's irreparable, and into people that's irreparable. And I think we have to be very careful with this part of the legislation. And I would agree with Senator Boisvenu completely that what's in the books now is perfectly adequate and is perfectly sufficient to keep guns out of the hands of people who might have some kind of mental disorder or some kind of predilection to using them for bad purpose. And I would support his amendment totally. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Richards. Senator Coyle is next, followed by Senator Yussuff. Senator Coyle.
Thank you. This is an important discussion, and I'm just filling in here at your committee, but I'm the legislative lead on this legislation for the Independent Senators Group, so I've been following it very closely. I'm sensitive to this one in particular because of the Mass Casualty Commission and their report that came out that looked at the really tragic multiple murders and almost murder of the spouse of the killer in the case of the murders in Nova Scotia. And we know from the history of that particular case that the gunman, the murderer, the mass murderer in this case, had many weapons. His spouse was intimidated, and she was not going to and did not intervene. But we know that neighbors tried to intervene and tried to raise the red flag, in fact, and were not taken seriously. And so because of the recommendations C-22 of the Mass Casualty Commission and recommendations 56 to 62 and 70 to 72 of the Renfrew County Inquest, again on a case of in that case of intimate partner violence and 3 murders in that case. I have a hard time with this because I think it's too limited. I hear you. I agree. It's an egregious thing if somebody falsely identifies somebody as somebody that's holding weapons that is not actually a threat at all. But I do believe that there is a case to be made for these red flag laws and the yellow flag laws, and therefore I do support it.
Thank you, Senator
and I wouldn't support this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Coyle. Senator Yussuff to be followed by Senator Boisvenu.
Thank you, Chair. Just in regard to the amendment, I think almost all the witnesses that came before the committee to testify support this provision for a variety of different reasons, and I think it speaks to the recognition we need to use whatever tools. I do recognize from time to time they could be of use, but that's what the courts are there to mitigate in the context of somebody trying to use the legislation for the wrong purpose. And I think I do believe that this could have a positive effect on the context of trying to prevent harm from individuals who may not have the strength or the wherewithal to intervene on their behalf. So I think I support what's currently in the legislation and speaking against the amendment that's been proposed by Senator Boisvenu.
Thank you. Senator Boisvenu.
I have a question for the Honourable Senator Coyle. The mass casualty of Porte-à-Pique, and I myself have personally met with every single victim over there. If this bill were in effect right now, this were legislation, do you think that mass casualty shooting wouldn't have taken place?
Well, that's the point of view you just put on the table. Vous étiez contre l'amendement?
You spoke against the amendment because of what took place at Porte-à-Pique. So my question is a very basic one. If Bill 21 in 2022 had been actually legislation, would we have avoided that mass casualty shooting?
So, and I would hope that those recommendations that came out of the commission, which did an incredibly thorough job, both in terms of consulting with the families of the victims and also some of the victims who were injured at the time, and many other people who are involved in preventing violence in Canada and in our province. So I personally believe that Bill C-21 and many of the provisions here will be helpful in preventing such mass murders in the future. Well, is it perfect? No, I'm not saying it's perfect. And do we need other measures? Yes, of course we need other measures.
Une autre question, s'il vous plaît.
Another question, if I may. Senator Coyle, the police officers knew that the killer had weapons, was armed, and the family knew that the killer had firearms, and the people in that person's environment knew as well. In 2022, there were already red flag provisions available that could have been used to denounce this person to police officers. So how? I mean, even if we added more people, allowed anyone in the world to report, how could Porte-à-Pique have been avoided if we applied C-21? I understand the problem of the victims and so on and so forth, but at that time, the environment knew that this person had firearms, but no one spoke up. So if Bill C-21 becomes law, would people speak up more because of it? Would they have?
People did speak up, and they were not heard, and the action did not happen. And that's a fact, and I don't have the names of the individuals with me here, but that they did.
That means C-21 had no effect at that time if they made complaint and they don't act. That's why.
I think with this law, they will heed it, hopefully, a lot better than they did then, and we've learned an awful lot, in particular, in how people listen to neighbors in this case who came forward with accurate information that was not acted upon.
Thank you. Senator Carignan.
Yeah, I just want to insist on a specific point, just practically speaking, trying to be practical here. And I once had to mediate in a neighborhood dispute, neighbors who were at each other's throats, and sometimes you can't imagine where things, badly things go, and on your own street. So here we had these neighbors who really didn't get along, and sorry for putting it this way, but they started to get a little paranoid. Oh, it's of course their fault. No, it's theirs, etc. I heard quite a lot from them. So 106.1 paragraph 1 says that any person can make an ex parte application without the other party being present, without the person who is in possession of the firearm being present. And paragraph 2 says, or the clause, subsection 2, says that this can be done behind closed doors. That's fine. This protects the person's identity. But just imagine, anyone can make this ex parte application without the person at issue being present and in camera. So, you know, if your neighbor doesn't like you, it's pretty easy for them to act on that desire, really. Now, considering hypothetical situations, we were considering such things earlier, how judges go about deciding on the constitutionality of hypothetical situations. But, all right, so you've got this possible neighborhood dispute, and these things do happen quite often. And I raised this flag. The Canadian Bar Association brought up that there might be a constitutional challenge here. Imagine that someone has made this application in camera, and the person against whom the order is sought has no idea who it is. It might be someone who is trying to take revenge or whatever. Let's imagine all this goes to the court. Of course, this type of provision will surely be attacked. There will be a constitutional challenge, I'm sure, if it's a member of a family or an individual residing with a person or an organization authorized to submit the application. Then at least it's a more restricted number of people who can raise those flags, and this is more likely to respect the charter. But if it's just anyone and in camera who can make this application, I'm of the opinion, as was the Canadian Bar, that it is very likely that this provision will be found unconstitutional.
Richards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to add something to what Senator Carignan said. I think there will be a constitutional challenge because this denies one of the very provisions of common law, which is you're able to face your accuser, and you're not you wouldn't be able to under this clause. And look, I'm not arguing for the bad guys. I am just saying that false witnessing in any degree is a horrible thing, and just as all of us on this side of the argument deplore any violence with guns or any otherwise, we should recognize that false witnessing is a horrible thing in any form in our society. And that's what makes me very, very conscious of the problems of this clause.
Thank you, Senator Richards. Colleagues, let's now test the amendment. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment? No. A recorded vote is underway as we speak.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
No.
The Honourable Senator Anderson. The Honourable Senator Beam. L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu. The Honourable Senator Cardozo. L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Dasko. No. The Honourable Senator Deacon.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
No.
Yes, sorry.
What a country.
Your first answer is the one they take.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff. No.
Chair, respectfully, I would like to ask for Senator Dasko and Senator Yussuff to cast their vote in such a way that we can hear it. I didn't hear either one of them, and I was looking directly at them.
Okay, I think they've heard you, and we'll
I
listen.
think the clerk certainly heard me.
Yeah, but the clerk had to repeat. The clerk repeated your vote in order for her to know what it was. Is there a reason, colleagues, why we are afraid to be vocal so that every Canadian in the country knows how we are voting? That's an obligation that we have, and I would like, Chair, to respectfully ask that we do that. I'm not ashamed of how I'm voting. I'm happy to stand in front of Canadians and be judged on how I am voting. And I think we have an obligation to do that, Chair, and I ask that it be done in such a way that we can all hear it.
It's not for him to judge. I did indicate my vote, and it's too bad he didn't hear it, but I did indicate my vote, and I think my colleagues equally did the same thing. So without passing judgment on each other, if you want us to be louder, we can be louder, but sometimes when I don't hear you, I don't perceive to judge you. I accept however you voted, and the clerk's job is to record the vote accordingly.
And Senator, I'm quite happy to have Canadians know how I vote. I want that to be clear. Thank you.
And Senator Yussuff, making a statement that I didn't hear you is not judging you. It's not judging you. And I don't think, Senator Yussuff, there has been a time since you have come into the Senate that you have not heard what I said. I have a lot of faults, Senator Yussuff. Being too quiet is not one of them.
I would equally say I don't think my problem is being too quiet either.
Okay.
I made a request, Chair. I don't want to. It was made respectfully, and I'm sorry that people are taking offense to a very simple, respectful request.
Okay.
Yes, this was my point as well. I wasn't criticizing anyone in particular, but this is something that I wished to say earlier. I have citizens who are listening and who have texted to me that they could not hear the votes being cast by certain senators. So to ensure transparency for the Canadian public, to ensure that those listening be able to understand, I would ask everyone to please speak up a little more when it comes to casting our votes.
Chair, could I just ask how the voting will be recorded in writing for forever and a day after this?
It's recorded in the minutes of the meeting with each senator's vote being indicated. So that will be clear.
I still have to read out the result.
Yes, please go ahead. So the result of the vote.
I'll proceed with the result of the vote. Yes, 5, no, 8.
Okay.
No abstention.
There was no abstention, no. Okay, accordingly, the motion in amendment is defeated. Before we move on to adopt or test clause 4, Senator Anderson wanted to make an intervention, I think.
Thank you, Chair. If you could beg my...
Could we take a break, perhaps? I see that some senators are leaving the table. Just a short break. This would help us follow the argument a little more closely.
Intention to do so at 5 o'clock, but events have carried on, so we'll do that immediately after Senator Anderson's intervention.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is my first time proposing amendments. Just want to beg your indulgence. Recognizing my amendment is for section... Did we pass clause 4? No. I'm speaking to it.
Oh, 4? Oh, sorry, I thought you were 5.
4.
Oh, you're speaking to clause 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 is linked to my clause 5. So I'm begging your indulgence. I'm not sure if this is the proper way to proceed. If the chair can let me know if I should go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. My amendment, my motion is actually linked to me seeking, actually repealing completely sections 4 and section 5, the red flag laws. My amendment only exists as it touches on other parts of the bill if sections 4 and sections 5 are repealed. To go into the red flag laws, One of the witnesses, Mr. Thurley, the firearms researcher and policy specialist, indicated in regards to the red flag laws that it is important to note these orders are effectively redundant. Right now, police have the authority to confiscate firearms from an individual who could pose a threat. They don't need a warrant. They can do it without a warrant. All an individual needs to do is call the hotline, their local police service, explain their concern, and the police can then investigate and come to their own conclusion. He noted that the red flags makes this more difficult to use. It has been generally acknowledged by the government as they keep discussing how they want NGOs to be involved to help people navigate these. The Canadian Bar Association has called the existing laws, quote, sufficient and preferable to the proposed changes. He went on to say that the complaints are anonymous, court records are sealed, the system can be pretty vulnerable to false, trivial, or vexatious complaints made against high-profile individuals, even police officers and members of the military. And then he went on to say regarding Indigenous Canadians, who are already disproportionately involved in the justice system, will have an especially difficult time navigating this process and attempting to get back firearms if they are unjustly taken. And I want to add the voice of Nathan Obed as well. Nathan Obed stated, and he's the president of ITK, the red flag system is another example of a balanced measure that creates a mechanism that can disrupt Inuit households disproportionately. Inuit often live in multi-generational homes. Thus, the seizure of firearms could have unintended repercussions on entire families, not just the individuals targeted by the provisions of the bill. The confidential nature of the application process and the prospect that the target of the application or their household wouldn't even know about the application could also lead to actions being taken without adequate notice or understanding of a family's circumstances. On the other hand, the limited access to justice faced by Inuit also means that the applications themselves would likely be hampered simply by the fact that Inuit may not be able to apply in the first instance. Within the Northwest Territories and Nunavut, we have fly-in courts. Those fly-in courts fly in every 2 to 3 months. Sometimes they're canceled due to weather. The accessibility for us as Indigenous peoples in the territories is restricted, and it is limited not just by our fly-in courts, but the fact that our services are provided by legal aid lawyers. And a legal aid lawyer who sometimes represents one person cannot, due to a conflict, represent another, which means we have to get lawyers from the South to then come in and step in. It is hugely problematic. Mr. David, who came with the ITK, noted that the red flag system is a central point of concern. He says, I suppose the system itself presumes that there are police to enforce it. Yes, it also presumes that there are effective provincial courts available in communities at all times. There's a real challenge there in terms of whether or not someone seeking an order has access to the means to be able to do it. From the perspective of trying to prevent violence, the red flag system itself may not be entirely helpful within all communities within Inuit Nunangat. On top of that, it allows for one to apply for an ex-partite order, so you could have police where the red flag system is available, showing up unannounced to seize firearms from people who are not aware that those police are basically showing up to seize those firearms. The entire system itself seems to set up to work well in areas where there's a lot of legal enforcement infrastructure. The problem here is that we don't perceive that there's adequate infrastructure to actually make the provisions effective, either for the community safety or for the delicate balance that the legislation seeks to strike between essentially Section 35 rights holders and harvesters and victims or potential victims of domestic violence. I also want to reiterate, though we'll be speaking to it later, is the fact that none of the territories have chief firearms officers in their locations. That's hugely problematic. The fact that a bill that we're looking at aims to create a safer, more secure Canada when the current legislation we have already fails us in the Northwest Territories to provide us equal and equitable services, and that we have chief firearms officers who live outside our territories making decisions that have potentially harmful impacts to families, communities, to food security, to safety when you're on the land is hugely problematic. Just so the fact that I am not supporting Clause 4, Clause 5, that it is my opinion that the red flag laws and the potential harm that it presents to the 3 territories have not been given adequate consideration. The fact that we had a national organization in witnesses who spoke that had no representation from the NWT Nunavut and Yukon is indicative of a larger problem, and the fact that as we sit here and we consider legislation, that we as parliamentarians need to consider that the Arctic has some specific challenges that are not taken into account in this legislation. Therefore, I'm asking for support to not support Clause 5 and Clause 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Well, let's test Clause 4 before we break. Colleagues, is Clause 4 adopted as is? Okay, so we'll have a recorded on Clause 4, yeah. Okay. So, Madam Clerk. Yeah, we didn't vote. We were waiting for Senator Anderson's intervention before we voted on adopting Clause 4.
Okay. Sorry.
Because she was speaking against it.
Well, she's speaking against Clause 4. Doesn't her amendment remove Clause 4?
It does.
Yeah.
So we need to vote on her amendment, do we not, Chair? Before we pass Clause 4?
Yeah, she bring an amendment.
It's not an amendment. She's simply saying she's voting against the clause as a whole.
Her amendment is on file?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, so we haven't made it to the 5th Amendment yet.
Well, I find it strange that... Okay, well, so she has not yet moved an amendment, is that what
That's
you're
right.
telling me?
That's right.
Okay,
She was
fair
talking
enough.
in general about why she's uncomfortable.
Fair
about
enough, then on
clauses
division
4
is
and
fine.
5. Okay, so 4 on division, we're good with that. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to suggest a 20-minute break. We'll reconvene at 5:35, and I thank you all for your patience, and we'll be back to this shortly.
Can I ask you to strike the gavel, please, Senator?
Oh. Welcome back, colleagues. For those following these proceedings, we're into clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all with respect to the regulations of firearms in Canada. We were at Clause 5 of the bill, and we are about to test it. So, colleagues, the next item of business is, shall Clause 5 carry? Shall Clause 5 carry? Yes? No, it's dropped. Yep.
Well, on division.
Okay, on division. Shall Clause 6 carry? On division. Shall Clause 7 carry? Division. Shall Clause 8 carry? On division. Shall Clause 9 carry? Shall Clause 9.1 carry? On division. Carried. Shall Clause 10 carry? Shall Clause 10.1 carry? On division. Shall Clause 11 carry? On division. Shall Clause 11.1 carry? Shall Clause 11.2 carry? It carries on division. Shall Clause 11.3 carry? On division. Shall Clause 12 carry? On division. Shall Clause 12.1 carry? Shall Clause 12.2 carry? On division. Shall Clause 12.3 carry? On division. We now pause as we move into 12.4. New clause 12.4 proposed with an amendment coming from Senator Plett.
Sure. So I would like to amend, colleagues, that Bill C-21 be amended on page 28 by adding the following after line 4. 12.4 subsections 117.5 bracket 1 and bracket 2 of the Act are replaced by the following. 117.15 bracket 1, subject to subsections bracket 2 and brackets 2.4, the Governor and Council may make regulations prescribing anything that by this part is to be or may be prescribed. Bracket 2, before a regulation is made prescribing anything to be a prohibited firearm, a restricted firearm, a prohibited weapon, a restricted weapon, a prohibited device, or prohibited ammunition, the minister shall: A, if the proposed regulation may affect one or more indigenous groups, communities, or people's rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, consult with a variety of indigenous governing bodies and a variety of indigenous organizations to take into account the unique circumstances and needs of those indigenous groups, communities, and peoples, and prepare a report describing the consultations undertaken, and B, cause the proposed regulation along with any report prepared under paragraph A to be tabled in both houses of Parliament. 2.1. A proposed regulation tabled in a House of Parliament under paragraph 2B shall, on the day it is tabled, be referred by that House to an appropriate committee of that House as determined by the rules of that House, and the committee may conduct inquiries or public hearings with respect to the proposed regulation and report its findings to that House. 2.2. A regulation may not be made before the earliest of A, 30 sitting days after the proposed regulation is tabled in both houses of Parliament, B, 90 calendar days after the proposed regulation is tabled in both houses of Parliament, and C, the day after each appropriate committee has reported its findings with respect to the proposed regulation. 2.3. The minister shall take into account any report of the committee of either House. If a regulation does not incorporate a recommendation of the committee of either House, the minister shall cause to be tabled in that House a statement of the reasons for not incorporating it. 2.4. A proposed regulation that has been tabled before both houses of Parliament need not be tabled again prior to the making of the regulation, whether it has been altered or not. 2.5. For the purpose of this section, Indigenous governing body means a council, government, or other entity that is authorized to act on behalf of Indigenous group, community, or people that holds rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Indigenous organization means an Indigenous entity that represents the interest of an Indigenous group and its members. Minister means the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Sitting day means a day on which either House of Parliament sits. Indigenous organization means an Indigenous entity that represents the interests of an Indigenous group and its members. Minister means the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Colleagues, we have heard considerable testimony here over the last weeks to the complete absence of consultation that the government has engaged in relation to this legislation. When the minister appeared before this committee on October 23rd, he said the following, and I quote,
we engaged with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis organizations, rural and northern communities, victims groups, and with firearms community and sports persons and sports shooters across Canada to hear their perspectives and to ensure that we respect their traditions and way of life. These consultations have informed our path forward. That is what the minister explicitly claimed when he appeared before this committee. Colleagues, I would suggest that it is no exaggeration to state that this claim has been proved to be completely untrue and false. The first witnesses who appeared before our committee were chief firearms officers for Alberta and Saskatchewan. I asked them, what consultation did the federal officers have with each of your offices in relation to this provision before the bill was introduced? Dr. Terry Bryant, the chief firearms officer of Alberta, replied, I can answer that very quickly and save us time. No consultation whatsoever. Mr. Robert Freeberg, the chief firearms officer for Saskatchewan, said, and I quote, it was zero. Witness after witness told our committee the same thing. At best, the government may have consulted organizations or groups after the bill was already tabled, or they held meetings where they will have told organizations concerned what they were going to do and then attempted to call that consultation. With respect to Indigenous peoples, the government has a special obligation to consult over any matter that impacts them. The government has, by enacting UNDRIP, said that it is absolutely committed to full consultations on all issues impacting Indigenous peoples. Government ministers have proclaimed their commitments to the principle of nothing about us without us. Yet on Bill C-21, which directly impacts Indigenous hunting and sustenance rights, there was no consultation. This was confirmed by several witnesses, including Chief Terry Deacon of the Assembly of First Nations, Paul Erngott, Vice President of Nunavut, Tungavut, and Chief Jesse Lazar of the Mohawk Council of the Kanawaki. Will David, Legal Affairs Advisors for an Inuit Tapirit Kanatami, was most explicit on the subject of consultations when he said, put simply, there was none. The minister had reached out and offered, and we had reached out and requested. But that consultation never occurred. We are still waiting. Colleagues, we cannot ignore the fact that the government may now envision the regulatory process as an opportunity to do behind the scenes what they were not able to do through the parliamentary process. In that regard, my amendment simply mandates consultation on any regulation that may affect one or more Indigenous groups, communities, or people's rights as recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. It also requires the government to take into account the unique circumstances and needs of those Indigenous groups, communities, and peoples, and prepare a report describing the consultations undertaken. The current subsection, bracket 2 of S.117.15 of the Criminal Code provides as follows. In making regulations, the Governor and Council may not prescribe anything to be a prohibited firearm, a restricted firearm, a prohibited weapon, a restricted weapon, a prohibited device, or prohibited ammunition, if, in the opinion of the Governor and Council, the thing to be prescribed is reasonable for use in Canada for hunting or sporting purposes. That is fairly clear and explicit, colleagues. My amendment replaces the current subsection 2 of the Act, but permits an appropriate committee of the House and the Senate to inquire into the issue of whether the government's proposed action is reasonable. In essence, the restriction of the Governor and Council in the current Act is replaced with parliamentary oversight. I believe this is necessary because the government has demonstrated that it cannot be trusted to undertake consultations in a manner that is either fair or inclusive. Colleagues, the minister upon minister upon minister, and the Prime Minister have said they want to work together with the Indigenous communities. They are showing here, colleagues, that is all talk and no action. They have ignored, contrary to the Constitution Act, they have ignored UNDRIP when they have brought this bill forward without consultation. So I therefore ask you to support this very reasonable amendment.
We move to questions and discussion. Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
Chair, colleagues, you all know that I believe very strongly in meaningful consultation with Indigenous organizations. I sponsored the UNDRIP bill that was passed in 2021. We're on third reading of S13, which actually puts the non-derogation clause, which is a statement about Section 35 rights, into the Interpretations Act, compelling all laws, federal laws, as well as policies and regulations to be seen through the lens of Section 35 rights. And so the government is taking it seriously. If you remember my second reading speech on this bill, I acknowledged that the government was playing catch-up on consultation at that time, and that was particularly around an amendment, which was subsequently taken off the floor in the House of Commons. And it was taken off the floor of the House of Commons because of the consultations that they did, albeit late, with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Consultations, the idea of consultation, obviously, I fully support, and the government is getting better at. They have a lot of work to do. I don't know, this government or even the next government is still going to be struggling with the idea of consultation. I've asked many times at APA that we study consultation and do a report on it because it's changed a lot. But Senator Plett, the problem I have is that I don't want Indigenous consultation as a concept to become a parliamentary tool that gets wielded as a delay tactic. To be clear, parliamentary procedure exists and they can be used. Nobody said that they can't or that legislating is easy. But I do want to see this bill pass because I think it'll save lives, and it'll save Indigenous lives, and particularly the lives of Indigenous women. When Pam Palmatier testified before this committee, she said, quote, "We have to make sure that we are taking into account that even First Nations rights, even within a First Nations community and First Nations law, have to be balanced with the safety of women. We do have to take that seriously, and the safety of children and everyone around us," unquote. And I agree with her. Having said that, I welcome this renewed focus on Indigenous consultation, and I, as well as all of my colleagues, I hope we hold this government and future governments' feet to the fire on consultation and demand that it continues to improve. And I absolutely endorse the call for C21 regulations to be developed in meaningful consultation with Indigenous peoples, and certainly S13 would compel the government to do that. I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cardozo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly agree with a lot of what Senator Plett and Senator LaBoucane-Benson have said, in that I think the standard of consultations towards this bill wasn't what it should have been. I think it's gone through a few iterations, so if you talk to various people, there have been consultations at various points over the last 2 or 3 years. Nevertheless, what I am working on and would like to put forward is an observation which will be very specific on what the consultation should be. And my suggestion, having worked in regulations before and in a previous life at the CRTC, drawing from that experience, I would like to suggest that that in an observation we would put forward a fairly detailed, a bit more detail than is even in this amendment, where the government would first put out an open statement about all the major issues, get feedback on that, then put out draft regulations in a second round of consultations, and then finalize them. And those consultations would be with everybody who has appeared before this committee and the similar committee in the House of Commons in the hearings for this bill, as well as more people. So we had, I think, 2 chief arms officers I suggest they all be consulted with across the country. I'd also point out that in terms of the North, the government, or is it the RCMP, has indicated they're doing consultations on whether to have chief arms officers in the territories. I think we should pronounce on that in the observations. But having been involved in observations, I think that we can put out some very specific recommendations about what should be happening, because I agree that there are various areas that have been hit and miss in terms of consultations, and in other cases there might have been with one person in an organization that other people may not know. So it's hard to tell. I think that if we have them put out lists as to who they're consulting with, and we give them the breadth and scope, and the two round consultation is really important, because you're not sort of giving people a finished product and say here, but rather getting input on before they start. A last comment, Senator Plett, I don't know if you want to, except it's your amendment, but you may want to be more specific in terms of the minister, because currently you noted Minister of Public Works and Emergency Preparedness, and I think in this cabinet and the previous cabinet there have been 2 separate people in those 2 portfolios, so you may want to be more specific as to which one you mean.
To wrap up.
Thank you. Well, Senator Cardozo, I'll kind of go backwards here. Certainly your last suggestion, if you tell me you're voting for the amendment, if I do that, I'd be happy to do that. But I don't think that's going to get your vote on the amendment. So really try to change the wording on the amendment in order to get support. I don't think that's going to work, so I won't bother wasting any ink on that. Senator LaBoucane-Benson, I hope you can sell to the Indigenous people what you're trying to sell here. You talk about legislation there that will compel more consultation. The legislation is already there, UNDRIP, and it's being brought up day after day after day in the chamber of what UNDRIP compels us all to do. UNDRIP compels the government to do something. They haven't done it. But you say, well, C-13 will, C-35 will. Why would that legislation any more compel a government that doesn't want to consult with consulting? Bringing in more laws when they're already not adhering to the present laws makes absolutely no sense. They are under obligation. They've adopted UNDRIP. Now, at least you acknowledge the next government. I appreciate that, because the next government will do better than this government. And you did say that, and I appreciate that, Senator LaBoucane-Benson. But this government right now is bringing us legislation. We have had a minister right here in this room telling us things that are not true, And then we're hearing, well, maybe they consulted individually with some Indigenous people. We had witnesses here. The government could have called witnesses. You, Senator LaBoucane-Benson, the sponsor, could have called witnesses here that would have backed up the minister, but they didn't. We didn't hear any witnesses. Just across the board said no consultation, especially the Indigenous ones. Lastly, and I'll wrap up with this, Chair, observation, Senator Cardozo, I'm absolutely happy. We will also have some observations, but that doesn't compel anybody to do anything. An amendment, changing the bill, compels somebody to do something. An observation is a suggestion to the government, and we know exactly, they have shown us exactly how much stock they take into what other people suggest to them. They won't take any more with an observation. I certainly would support an observation of that kind, but that would be me supporting it, The government won't. So, colleagues, if we want to do the right thing, if we want to do what everybody around this table is saying, that we want to support UNDRIP, that alone, if we want to support UNDRIP, and we want to do what UNDRIP says, then this amendment needs to pass. So I'm, again, just simply going to wrap up with that, Chair, and say I hope that you will all take this serious, and I will hear a loud yes on your mic when the Chair calls for the anticipated recorded vote.
Thank you, Senator Plett. Well, let's test the question. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment?
Yes.
No.
I think it has to be a recorded vote, don't you? Let's record.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Je voulais juste tester si vous m'avez entendu.
I just wanted to test whether you heard me saying yes. So yes, yay.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
No.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
No.
Yes, oui, 5, 5. No, non, 9, 9.
Colleagues, the amendment is loudly defeated. We move on. Shall clause 13 carry? On division. We now move to a proposed new clause 13.01.
Thank you very much, Chair. So indeed, we have a few here, and I'll begin with the first, where I move that Bill C-21 be amended on page 28 by adding the following after line 20. 13.1, paragraph 244, 2B of the Act is replaced by the following. B, in any other case, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 4 years. 13.01, yes, indeed, thank you. 13.01, I'm sorry. Yes. Dear colleagues, esteemed colleagues, through this amendment, I'm trying to correct something that's a contradiction, I would say a legal contradiction. Bill C-5, the legislation, certainly repealed 4-year minimum penalties for crimes of extortion, but the government maintained the 5-year minimum penalty for a first accusation of a use of a prohibited firearm to carry out the offense, such an offense. So what I see in the approach adopted by the government is that we're no longer punishing crime, we're punishing the object of the crime, if I can put it that way. It's like someone gets killed with a firearm, another with a knife, and we judge these situations differently. Well, the sentencing would be different. So that's the incoherence, the contradiction that I'm bringing up here. A firearm is a firearm, be it a restricted firearm or not. If you commit a crime such as extortion, I can't see why you would be more severe in your sentencing if the firearm were restricted or not. Basically, what you're doing is withdrawing minimal sentences. So this will be an incoherence, incomprehensible to peace officers and to people in general. you will be sentencing the weapon. So if the weapon is ticketed, prohibited, or restricted, the sentence will be stricter. But rather than that, of course, we should be punishing the actual crime. So I think this is a serious problem with C5. It hasn't been corrected in C21. And it's this contradiction, this lack of coherence, that I am trying to correct here with this amendment, to the effect that there be a minimum punishment of imprisonment, be the firearm restricted or not. We know that extortion covers quite a few situations: threatening behavior, violence, inciting people to do something by threatening them. It's quite serious. And using a firearm, that can happen in such situations. And it's as threatening as using a firearm that is restricted just in any other situation. So I think this is a serious problem that the government has brought in with C5, and that it hasn't corrected here in C21, and I hope, honourable senators, that you will accept to correct it along with me.
Questions or comments? Okay, we'll move directly to test the motion. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion and amendment? Recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
No.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
No.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
No.
Yes, oui, 6. No, 8, writ.
Accordingly, colleagues, the motion and amendment is defeated, and we move on to a fresh one, I think, Senator Boisvenu. Okay.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président.
I'm sorry, Chair, yes. Yes, indeed. Honourable Senators, I am moving an amendment or rather a new clause at page 28. So I move that Bill C-21 be amended on page 28 by adding the following after line 20. 13.01, subsection 344, bracket 1 of the Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph A. In any, or A.1, in any other case where a firearm is used in the commission of the offense, to imprisonment for life and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 4 years. So here's my argument. This amendment will bring back the 4-year imprisonment, which was repealed by C5. As you see, C5 really did a job on minimal sentencing, and we're trying to correct this. This is something that victims have found very difficult to accept. So as I was saying, this amendment brings back the 4-year minimum punishment of imprisonment, which had been repealed by C5. When a firearm is used in the commission of the offense to wound, disfigure a person, to prevent their arrest, be that person the person who was shot at or not. So basically, a 4 years, 5, if it's a recidivism, would apply to anyone committing such offenses using a firearm in the commission of the offense, in particular under the influence of a criminal gang, criminal organization. But C5 repealed this for criminal offenses using any other firearm other than a restricted firearm. So there is really this big problem with the law where a person can use an unrestricted firearm the same way someone would with a restricted firearm if they were using that, but there will be no minimum punishment of imprisonment. This is illogical. Once again, we're not sentencing the crime, but we're sentencing the weapon that the criminal will have used to commit the crime. And when it comes to providing justice for victims, this is just unimaginable. So this amendment will fill this gap, much as the prior one was aiming to do. When the minister testified on C21 in June, he said that the aim was to do away with firearm violence and protect all Canadians. But this is a situation where will there be two classes of citizens. If you're assaulted with a restricted firearm, oh my gosh, we'll be terribly strict here. But if it's not a restricted firearm, oh, well, fine, it's not quite the same thing. Will we really choose to create two classes of victims? This looks like what the government is up to here. This amendment will ensure that not to become the case. When you commit this type of crime with a firearm, be it restricted or not, there should be a single minimum punishment of imprisonment.
Or discussion here? Okay. All right, let's test this, and I'm going to suggest we just move directly to a recorded vote to test it. So, Madam Clerk.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
No.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Oui.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Yay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
No.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
No.
Yes, oui, 6, 6. No, non, 8, writ.
Thank you. Accordingly, the motion in amendment is defeated, colleagues, and we move on to the next amendment. Senator Boisvenu.
No, I think it's
Senator Carignan. Apologies.
Donc,
I just want to make sure I have the right new clause.
finish this one.
That's the one, Boisvenu. Yeah, we just finished that one. It's the next
OK, parfait. Oui, excusez.
Yes, I apologize, kind colleagues. I move that Bill C-21 be amended on page 28 by adding the following after line 20, 13.01, subsection 346 1.1 of the Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph A.1. In any other case where a firearm is used in the commission of the offence, to imprisonment for life and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 4 years. Honourable colleagues,
I have to do this one?
13.1. Yeah, that one. That's the one. 344. Mine says 244.
244, we have 246. I'm not sure we have a 244. 244.
take
We have
2 minutes, 5
Yes,
minutes, just
yes.
to make sure that
Yep.
we
We'll suspend for a couple of minutes.
try to share our.
For those just joining us, the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defence and Veterans Affairs is studying Bill C-21, which would amend certain statutes for the purposes of regulating firearms in Canada. We are continuing clause by clause now, and we go to Senator Boisvenu.
Just to explain, because I had consequent amendment, but they were defeated against all our expectation. So now we were a little bit mixed, but now that's okay.
We saved some time. Although we took some time, we saved some time.
Can I just confirm the tracking number on this motion? I've got C21-13.01-28-20B.
Yeah.
20D,
Okay.
that's the one we're going
B.
to now.
Yeah, we're going to this one now.
D. D.
No, just a minute, no, C.
No, D.
We were on B.
Okay, yep, sorry.
That's D.
B and C are gone, and we're on D.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
They're consequential ones.
Okay. Please proceed.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Alors, honorable sénateur.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Senators. This is a very important amendment that I'm about to propose. So I move that Bill C-21 be amended on page 28 by adding the following after line 20. 13.01. Section 231 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 6.2. Irrespective of whether a murder is planned and deliberate on the part of a person, murder is first-degree murder when the death is caused by that person's discharge of a firearm at or into a public place as defined in Section 150. So, this amendment, an important one, is made based on the testimony of the Chief of Police and police officers themselves, peace officers. And putting it forward here, we also refer to what the government said, that it aims to eradicate all firearm violence in order to protect all Canadians. We have seen over recent years that street gangs have grown in number and size. Discharging firearms is something that takes place in so many neighborhoods in Montreal, and sometimes these people just shoot into the air, shoot into public places. And many testimonies came before us. We have heard them, that Bill C-21 will have very little effect on the main source of violence in Canada, which is the criminal use of firearms, the use of firearms by criminals. In our opinion, C-21 affects mostly people who have legal possession of their firearms. That is why we have said, and I'm sorry to have to put it this way, that we're aiming at the wrong target. Bill Forby, Chief Forby came before us, the co-chairperson of the Firearm Committee of the Association of Chiefs of Police of Canada, and freely quoted regarding smuggling of We continue to think that restricting firearms will not necessarily, and in any important way, manage or solve the smuggling issue. Guns coming in from the United States. That is why we think that the borders should be secured against smuggling. That's the main issue. Also, for first-degree murder, under Section 231(4) of the Criminal Code. If there is death caused by a person's discharging a firearm in a public place, which is what we're dealing with here, is because we must recognize that the use of firearms is becoming more frequent. Statistics show this, and that these firearms are more and more used in public places where innocent people, women and children, are found. So our argument is that any death resulting from the discharge of a firearm in a public place would be defined as a first-degree murder. There are people who are truly careless in discharging firearms, and they're discharging these firearms in a deliberate and premeditated fashion. So if we have a more severe sentence and penalty for these behaviors, this will lead to greater safety in our communities and the repression of gang violence. That is why I support the amendment suggested by the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, and I suggest that you too support this amendment.
Discussion, comments? Okay, we'll move directly to a recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
No.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
Nope.
Yes, oui, 5-5. No, non, 9-9.
Accordingly, colleagues, the motion and amendment is defeated. And we now move on to clause 13.1. Shall clause 13.1 carry? On division, shall clause 13.2 carry? Yes. On division, shall clause 13.3 carry? Yes. On division, we now have a proposed new clause 13.31.
Chair, and hope springs eternal. Maybe we'll get one yet before the night's out.
We're lucky.
So, colleagues, I would move that the bill be amended on page 30 by adding the following after line 3. 13.31, section 743.6 is amended by adding the following after subsection 1.2. 1.3. Notwithstanding Section 120 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, where an offender receives a sentence of imprisonment of 2 years or more, including a sentence of imprisonment for life imposed otherwise than as a minimum punishment on conviction for an offense during the commission of which the offender or a party to the offense discharged a firearm at or into a public place. As that term is defined in Section 150, the court may order that the portion of the Senate that must be served before the offender may be released on full parole is 2/3 of the sentence or 10 years, whichever is less. So we have heard considerable testimony again related to the growing severity of violent gun crimes on our streets. And of course, this is something that we all want to fight. This amendment flows from the amendment proposed earlier, and it was recommended, as was the earlier amendment, by Chief Bill 40 of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. He recommended that the bill should, and I quote, provide sentencing judges with the discretionary ability to increase parole ineligibility to 2/3 of a custodial sentence when the court finds that an offender has discharged
a firearm in a congregate setting in committing the offense, and that this discretionary ability on sentencing may be extended to those who are found to be parties to such offenses. That is the amendment I am proposing today. Now, we understand that in many of our cities, it is repeat offenders who are the main problem when it comes to violence on the streets. Police are confronted with a revolving door system, Senator Boisvenu already spoke to that simply puts many violent offenders back on our streets too early in their sentences. If a relatively harsh sentence for a violent offense in Canada is 5 years in prison, then we need to understand that parole at the 1/3 mark, which is normal, means that this individual may be eligible for parole in just 20 months, and eligible for day parole in only 14 months. The amendment that I am proposing as recommended by Chief Forty would be to provide the court with the option of imposing a parole ineligibility period for up to 2/3 mark of the sentence if the offense involves the discharge of a firearm into a public place. This is not an obligation on the court, but it would be an option. Were an individual to receive a life sentence, then the court might apply a minimum parole ineligibility period of 10 years, if it so chose. Colleagues, I believe that we must incorporate more serious provisions into Bill C-21 against the criminal use of firearms. We're all sitting around the table here talking about clamping down on crime, and yet we just simply are releasing the criminals. The government has claimed that eradicating gun violence is its goal. Senators around this table state that this is our goal. I believe that this amendment recommended by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police would help correct some of the misfocus. And I think that's what Senator Cardozo talked about, the misfocus in the current bill. Colleagues, I encourage all of you to support this very sensible amendment.
Thank you, Senator Plett. Questions, discussion? Okay, we'll move directly to testing the amendment. Honourable Senators, is it your pleasure to adopt the motion in amendment? Agreed. Okay, recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko. The Honourable Senator Deacon.
No.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
No.
Yes, oui, 6, no, 8, writ.
Okay, thank you. Accordingly, the motion in amendment, colleagues, is defeated, and we will now move on to clause 13.4. Shall clause 13.4 carry? On division, shall 13.5 carry? On division, shall 13.6 carry? On division, shall clause 13.7 carry? On division, shall clause 13.8 carry? On division, shall clause 13.9 carry? Shall clause 13.10 carry? On division, shall clause 13.11 carry? On division, shall clause 13.12 carry? We now move to clause 14, and I see amendments are ready.
Consequential amendments, so we'll be
Okay.
withdrawing the next.
We move by them? Okay, thank you. Colleagues, shall clause 14.1 carry?
Sorry, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, clause 14 carry.
Oh, shall clause 14 carry? On division, shall clause 14.1 carry? Shall clause 14.2 carry? On division, shall clause 15 carry? And we have an amendment here, I think.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I move that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 15 on page 34 by replacing line 3 with the following. 15 sub 1 paragraph sub B of the definition Chief Firearms Officer in subsection 2 sub 1 of the Firearms Act is replaced by the following. Sub B. In respect of a territory, the individual resident in the territory of their designation who is designated in writing as a Chief Firearms Officer for the territory by the federal minister or sub 2 subsection 2 sub 1 of the Act. It's amended. My request is simply that the Chief Firearms Officers reside in the territory where they provide the service. As noted, our Chief Firearms Officers are not in our territories. Nunavut's is in Winnipeg. The NWT's is in Alberta. The Yukon is in BC. I note that when President Nathan Obed came before the Senate committee, he noted the geographical and logistical barriers Inuit face when accessing Chief Firearms Officers. He stated, the distance is more than geographical, it is also cultural and practical. We must ask whether such officials can adequately assess and understand the unique circumstances and necessities of Inuit hunters. I also want to add that I do not think that I should have to ask this be legislated. It should be a right for all provinces and territories. I'm arguing for a basic service afforded to provinces not extended to the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and the Yukon. Yet we all fall under the same legislation and penalties. That is not fair. It is unconscionable that Canada and us as legislators continue to impose legislation on the 3 territories when the service and access is not equal to the rest of Canada, and in fact disadvantages the 3 territories, adding to the perpetuation of harm through colonization while completely disregarding the principles and adding to the rhetoric of reconciliation. So I'm requesting your support in placing this amendment in the bill to allow for the territories to have chief financial officers in their territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Questions, Senator Yussuff?
Not a question. I think, in regard to this provision that Senator Anderson is speaking to specifically, I think it was discussed in committee. As you may remember, earlier stage, the RCMP did testify that is something that they're currently consulting on in regard to a chief firearms officer being located in the territory. I think it's a reasonable recognition, not only in the context of geography, but the reality, of course, of the point that Senator has just made in regards to culture. And I know the RCMP is here. I would like to hear from them, if possible, as the officials are here, in regard to where the consultations are. And equally, I would say to Senator Anderson, certainly this is an area that I will be making an observation, because I think the argument that she's making is a reasonable one. And I did hear from, of course, officials from the North who testified before the committee in regard to this exact point.
Ms. Paquette, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Just a couple of things, I guess. One, just to clarify a little bit, Section 99 of the Firearms Act does allow for a CFO to designate all of their authorities, except for shooting ranges, down to their firearms officers. So in every area, that's exactly what happens. So the chief firearms officer is one person, and they usually oversee. They don't necessarily, they're not in all of the areas. So in territories and in provinces, there are firearms officers that are physically located in those areas to carry out those duties. absolutely right. In some areas, there are shared responsibility for one CFO covering multiple jurisdictions. We are currently, the Canadian Firearms Program is currently reviewing the Northern Strategy as a whole. And we're looking at it for a few different, from a few different angles. One being that they've always been the same delivery model, regardless of where you're located. And what we want to do is review that to see if are we meeting the needs of all of the communities. So that's what kind of initiated this originally. And we are dedicated to looking at that. Whether the outcome is solely chief firearms officers located in each area, or is it outreach that we need more? And we did have a discussion with a couple of the senators and others, and we are continuing to gather information to identify the best way forward.
Thank you, Senator Cardozo.
Given that we're in the process of looking at this bill and we have the ability to put certain things in the bill as opposed to observations, I agree with Senator Anderson's concerns, and I also agree with Senator Yussuff's suggestions about how to deal with it. But could you be more definitive that something like this will happen as opposed to consulting?
I guess what I'm trying to say is we've initiated the review. It's been underway now for about 4 months, so it's just started. So we haven't got a lot of the feedback. But what we are hearing is not that they need another manager up there. What I'm hearing is feedback such as we need community engagement, more community engagement. And whether that's another firearms officer located there, or maybe we need a dedicated outreach person. And what we've found in the past is staffing is very challenging in the north. So we want to work closely with the communities to hopefully increase the employment with individuals that are from those communities. Right, yeah. And that, I think, will be a huge success for us. Whether that they call them a chief firearms officer or firearms officer or an outreach, we want to make sure the right people are there to help them with the service.
From what you're saying, it would seem that we would need both a firearms officer and an outreach person. It would seem you need more than the one person, right?
What I'm saying is the chief firearms officer is really, if I could, they're the manager. So, and a chief firearms officer is responsible for, and I'm going to generalize, but licensing. They're not responsible for the support to law enforcement. They're not responsible for law enforcement, and they're not responsible for registration of firearms. So they have a specific job, and it's licensing. And the firearms officers, so not chief firearms officers, but firearms officers, their jobs are to do business inspections. Their jobs are always on the ground. And from a chief firearms officer perspective, they're more of the chief. Like, they manage the individuals. They bring forward, firearms officers would bring forward the more difficult cases to them to help them work through. But normally the chief firearms officer are not the people on the ground doing the business inspections or...
Okay. If I just one more. If we have an observation attached to our observations on this matter, do you take that as input from that's worthy of something?
Yes, I take this quite seriously. We identified that we believe that the service can't be, and I'm going to use cookie cutter, approach, and it is like that today, and it was designed that way. But we feel that we're missing the mark. We think that the services are going to be the same services, but how we deliver them, I think could be better delivered in a different way.
Okay, thank you. We have Senators Deacon, Dasko, and Yussuff. Senator Deacon, please.
Thank you, and thank you both. I just want to clarify so I hear this correctly from both the senator and our guest. Of course, we hear continually nothing about us without us, and I'm hearing your approach on the community engagement and really drawing that support within. Senator colleague is very firm that we need to have the officers residing where they're presiding. You've delineated the chief and you've delineated the folks in the field. Today, at this moment, do we have the firearms officer in each territory?
Yes.
And do we have, as you see when you're consulting and listening, the work that you're talking about is trying to build more capacity in those regions for leadership within the region?
I haven't got to the point of capacity, but I'm seeing that, yes, capacity will be one of the areas, because I don't think we can deliver the services in the way that we need to with the limited staff that we have. So I actually think we're going to have to increase, but I haven't finished the report, but that's where we're being directed so far.
Thank you. And I'd like to respond.
Yes, we have Senators Dasko,
Can I just
Yussuff, and
respond to her
Anderson.
question?
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you.
Go ahead.
With all due respect to what's been said, that's a government opinion. I spend the majority of my time in Tuktoyaktuk. There's guns all over. There's hunters. Everyone hunts. It's very much a part of our lives. What the government says and what our 3 territories have said is that we need a chief firearms officer in our territories. When you have people who live there, who that's their life, and you have them saying, we need chief firearms officers here. Nunavut said it, Yukon said it, territory says it. And then you have government saying that they're consulting in it. When we're clearly already disadvantaged, we don't have this service. We don't have what the rest of Canada has. And the fact that I have to sit here and ask for it is extremely frustrating, recognizing that we're at a disadvantage here. We're continually at a disadvantage. Government talks all the time about reconciliation. This is not reconciliation. This is appalling that I have to ask for it. So thank you.
Thanks, Senator Anderson. Senators Dasko, Yussuff, and Plett are on the list, so I'd make yourself comfortable, Ms. Paquette. Senator Dasko.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is to Ms. Paquette. Is there any requirement for each of the provinces that there is a chief firearms officer? Is there a requirement that each province must have one for their own province? Is it comparable to what this amendment would say?
Every province and territory needs to have a named or an appointed, designated chief firearms officer. It does not stipulate where the chief firearms officer resides.
Okay.
And I think, to Senator Anderson's perspective, it's just having an individual that is called the chief firearms officer located in the area. I don't think the chief firearms officer would be able to always be in every area of that jurisdiction, but just knowing that someone is there. And I think it also goes to the firearms officers as well, right? So you may have one in one area, but they don't necessarily reside in all of the smaller communities or larger communities for all that.
Right. So you're just saying that each province has one. They don't have to live in that province. They can live anywhere.
Yes, they happen to be in the provinces, but they don't necessarily need to. Like, there's no.
They supervise in that province. regardless of where they live.
Correct.
Okay, that's right. And so I think you've also said that in the territories, there are officers, not necessarily, not people with this title, but there are people on the ground who are working in each of the territories to do
Yes, there's
these
firearms
functions.
officers.
Right.
And I think, the question is, what are we seeing as part of our review so far? And we did hear from Senator Anderson just about them not being available in all of the communities. So we did take that as something to look at, to see if, obviously you can't have firearms officers in every community, but where should we be?
Do you do that for the rest of the country too? Like Northern Ontario, my province is huge. Are there
We
officers?
try to put firearms officers in the biggest areas, but that's not necessarily the best areas all the time. So we just want to re-look at it from a northern angle and get that feedback of where we should be.
Thank you.
Senator Yussuff?
Thank you, Ms. Paquette. In regard to the review you're doing, obviously, there's a recognition that the North is vast. 40% of our territories are in the North. But you have tiny communities to fairly large communities. In Yellowknife, there's a larger population. If you're in Tuktoyaktuk, it's much smaller, but nevertheless, they're equally important. The outreach is critical in the context of having people available to answer a question, to deal with firearms when they have those kinds of questions. So, I mean, obviously this review is a serious attempt to recognize that the challenges that we face in the North is unique to the North. They're not like other places. You just can't physically get in a car and drive there. In some cases, very challenging in the context of the North. But I guess when is it that, given the review that's going on, that is likely to be concluded? And in the context of our work here as senators, we recognize what Northerners are also saying to us. They want to have better access to the service that is provided for them. Of course, Section 35 protect their fundamental rights to hunt and to fish and to do those kinds of things, but part of that also is to carry firearms in the context of their fundamental rights under Section 35. So the question I'm asking in the review, of course, and other legislation that's in the pipeline right now, when are you likely to conclude? And if we were to give you some direction in regard to observation from this community, would that be incorporated in the review that you were currently looking at in all the aspects of how you service the North better?
I would definitely welcome any feedback. And we'd like to conclude this review within this fiscal year. So by the end of March, I would like to have this finished, and if possible, before that. We have a couple of trips planned because I think we need to speak to some individual in person to get some feedback, and that's what's really postponing the end result of the report.
If I may, one more point. I mean, I want to distinguish between a chief firearms officer and firearms officers. I mean, there is a fundamental responsibility in the enforcement of the legislation that you need firearms officer to carry out those duties and responsibility in the context of the legislation. But the chief firearms officers, it's usually only one individual. There's a lot of minions in the context of the responsibility that's doing this job and making the legislation practical and reachable to the people who needs to understand what is it that they're legally obligated and must be abiding by in the first place.
Yes, correct. And there are different models across the country for chief firearms officers. So in some of the provinces, they actually, that are provincially designated, they actually don't, they just designate or delegate their authorities, and they don't actually work in that field. They'll do maybe outreach, or they'll work for the government more than the regulating of the Firearms Act. But I think to go back to your point around firearms officers, yes, you have to have a chief firearms officer because they ultimately have the authority, but the duties of that are delegated down to a firearms officers and others too. We talk about firearms officers, but there are other employees of those offices as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 or 4 questions and 1 comment. First of all, when did this review start? You say you want to finish it in March. How long have you been at it?
So we have been at it for probably 4 or 5 months. We have not advanced it in the few months as far as I would have liked, but we just brought on a new director that has taken on this review as well.
And you only realized 4 or 5 months ago that you had a problem?
No, not at all.
Why didn't the review start when you realized you had a problem? The North didn't start 4 or 5 months ago. It's been there for a long time.
No, I completely understand, and I can't comment on why it was never looked at. Why it became a priority for us is because we're reevaluating how we do everything, and we've implemented quite a bit of automation. We've redone our digital system. We're re-looking at how we're delivering services.
I find that, and I'm sure there's people above your pay grade maybe that even started this, so I don't want to be blaming you here because you're here, but I find that very strange that in light of everything that we have here and what this government is saying about nothing with us, without us, what did they do, whatever the, and now all of a sudden 4 or 5 months ago they realize they have a problem. And I'm wondering whether it's because Senator Anderson may have raised it with them that they have a problem. I haven't heard Senator Anderson saying she wants anything special. She wants to be treated equally up north, and she isn't. They aren't. How many chief firearms officers are there in the country? 11. So every province has one,
Yes,
but the territories don't.
correct.
Okay, and they are considered somewhat like when we talk about provinces, we talk about provinces and territories.
Yes.
So they would deserve one.
They actually did have one at one point. I don't have all of that history, but Rob, do you want to come up
that's
and talk?
fine. Sure, absolutely, if you want.
Because in the territories there were at one time, they weren't called, were they called chief?
Well, I'm curious as to why they wouldn't have one if all the provinces have one.
I think the model's changed quite a few times, but, sorry, Rob, to put you on the spot.
Sorry, I forgot my name tag. There is a designated chief firearms officer in each of the territories, but Senator Anderson is correct. The one for Yukon is located in Vancouver, so there isn't a physical one. Historically, prior to 1998, there was territorial chief firearms officers, so one was residing in the territories.
I certainly don't want to pretend that I'm an expert at where people should be located, but I have traveled. I certainly haven't lived there like Senator Anderson has, but I've traveled into almost every community there is in the entire Arctic. And to have a chief firearms officer in designated for the Yukon, living in Vancouver, my goodness, I think I would have even started that review earlier to say, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, especially rural people, and I would consider Northerners very much the same. We're a little territorial when Toronto and Montreal and Vancouver get all the services and us rural folks are an afterthought, and that's the impression I'm getting here. But that has nothing to do with it. It's the impression I'm getting. It may not be the intent. But last question or last comment again. You know, this isn't something new. UNDRIP got passed quite some time ago, and under UNDRIP, even I would suggest that the territories isn't being treated properly under UNDRIP. Am I wrong there?
I guess because the services are delivered, they were delivered consistently across. No one ever looked at the northern territories as maybe we can't use the cookie cutter, right? Maybe we have to be a little different. So I think when you look at the services that are delivered, if you look at the licensing, it is being delivered. I didn't start looking at it because the services weren't. I thought we could do better.
There you and I would agree on that we can do better for sure. But Chair and colleagues, I would suggest that one of the reasons it got looked at in the last while is because of C-21. It wasn't that big of an issue. Now all of a sudden we're going to be taking guns away from every Indigenous hunter that hasn't done everything right. So now all of a sudden this becomes an issue. But that's a comment and an observation that can be taken for what it's worth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Plett. Thank you, Ms. Paquette. Senators, Senator Anderson, you wanted to?
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments. I don't have any questions. In regards to the review, I'm not confident of a review. We have reviews constantly in the North. Half the time, maybe more than half the time, we never hear back about those reviews. People don't even know there's reviews going on, and that's problematic. I don't think a review will address the issue. I think we already know it's an issue. I think we have a responsibility as legislators to address that issue, and I think we have the authority to do that. And I think to fail to do that is to fail in the aspects of reconciliation, Section 35, Charter rights. Like, it's just unconscionable. I do not think an observation is sufficient. I think it's insufficient. I've been here for 5 years, and there's been a lot of observations in regards to Indigenous issues, and I can't honestly tell you one that I've seen acted on. I also want to point out, Senator Yussuff, you spoke about residents being aware of their legal obligations. I'll turn that on you. I believe that Canada has a responsibility and a legal obligation to the residents that they impose legislation on. Then Canada also has to ensure that they understand the realities of the North, and part of that is having those chief financial officers in our territory. The accessibility, when I spoke earlier about Nathan Obed, President Nathan Obed, speaking about it being more than distance, that it also includes cultural and practical understandings of the territories. That's missing. It's a huge gap right now. And understanding that, and how I see Bill C-21 so absent of the North is to me very concerning, and should be concerning to everyone else. And I don't see that. I don't see that concern from anybody. I think that to me, it harkens to the witness who spoke about a national organization that had no territorial representation. It's harmful. And if we don't start as senators looking at the whole of Canada, when that legislation applies to the whole of Canada, but leaving a gap for the territories, to me, leaves room for harm. And we have decades, if not over 100 years of harm from Canadian legislation already. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Colleagues, let's put this motion to the test. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion in amendment? Recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
Yes?
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Of course, yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
No.
Yes, oui, 7 set. No, non, 7 set.
The motion is defeated. Colleagues, I'm going to suggest that we have a brief break. It's been a long session, and I would suggest that we are back at 7:20, and then we'll finish up the next 40 minutes and do as much as we can. So thank you. We will suspend briefly. For those watching these proceedings this evening, you're joining the Standing Senate Committee on National Security, Defence and Veterans Affairs, which is moving through clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all respecting the regulation of firearms in Canada. Colleagues, we have just to complete clause 15, and then we'll move quickly through a number of clauses before we approach our next proposed amendment. Colleagues, shall clause 15 carry? On division, shall clause 15.1 carry? On division, shall clause 15.2? 15.3 on division, 15.4 on division, 16, clause 17 on division, clause 18 on division, clause 19 on division, clause 19.1, clause 20, clause 21, clause 21.1, clause 21.2, clause 22, clause 23, clause 24, clause 25, clause 26, clause 27. Clause 28, we have an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Make sure I have the right one here this time. So this amendment was proposed by the Fur Institute colleagues, and it's that Bill C-21 be amended in clause 28 on page 41 by replacing lines 8 and 9 with the following. 57 bracket 1, a chief firearms officer is responsible for issuing authorizations to carry, and B, by adding the following after line 10. 2, the chief firearms officer shall, within 150 days of receiving an application for an authorization to carry or an authorization to transport under paragraph 54, bracket 2, bracket A, do one of the following. A, issue the authorization to carry or the authorization to transport, or B, if the firearms officer decides to refuse to issue the authorization to carry or the authorization to transport under Section 68, give notice of the decision, including reasons for the decision, to the applicant. 3, the chief firearms officer, in providing reasons for a decision under paragraph 2B, need not disclose any information, the disclosure of which could endanger the safety of any person, and C, by deleting lines 11 and 12. So the amendment I am proposing responds to testimony we heard from several witnesses related to the responsiveness of chief firearms officers to the unique circumstances of different occupations and communities. When Doug Chazion of the Fur Institute of Canada appeared before a committee, he noted the challenges that already exist for trappers in Canada to obtain authorizations to carry handguns as part of their work. Mr. Chazion explained that handguns may be necessary both for personal protection, as a trapper may be working with varied equipment and may face situations where predators suddenly pose a threat. He explained that it may be very difficult to quickly access a long gun, and that access to a handgun may mean the difference between life and death. A handgun may be far from ideal in dealing with certain predators, but I believe we must think of it as a last-ditch defense when no other tool is available. We have to remember, colleagues, that trappers in Canada have been undertaking their profession for centuries. and they are more familiar with the realities of life in the bush than anyone sitting in Ottawa attempting to make regulations from a purely theoretical standpoint. Reminds me of another bill that we're dealing with right now in the Senate. I believe we must respect their needs and concerns. In this regard, Mr. Chazon asked that the authority to issue authorizations to carry remain with provincial chief firearms officers and not be centralized in Ottawa, where it would be even more removed from the unique circumstances prevailing in different parts of the country. This concern related to the distance that even provincial chief firearms officers are from many of the communities that they regulate was also raised with us by Nathan Obed, president of Inuit, Tapirit, Kanatami, on November the 6th. And we heard from Senator Anderson a few minutes ago about some of the distances that these people are from where the actual concerned people are. Mr. Obed noted the considerable challenges that already exist in accessing CFOs given the geographical and logistical barriers that Inuit faced. We should not be compounding these barriers by moving decision-making even further away from the people who are impacted. Therefore, my amendment takes the authority for issuing ATCs under these circumstances away from the Commissioner, as proposed in Bill C-21, and keeping that decision-making authority in the hands of provincial chief firearms officers. Mr. Chazon also spoke about the need for reasonable service standards to ensure that decisions related to the issuance of ATCs are made in a timely manner, in time for the harvesting season, for example. In this regard, he suggested that a period of 150 days would be a reasonable period of time to render a decision. Colleagues, there are some 50,000 trappers in Canada, half of whom are likely Indigenous. Several hundred of them have ATCs, which those particular trappers may need given where they trap, perhaps in dense bush where a long gun cannot easily be brought to bear. Some may also require handguns given the smaller animals that they trap and given the need for ensuring a quick and painless death. My amendment incorporates a reasonable 150-day time limit for taking a decision and also specifies that even that an application is denied, a clear reason must be provided. I believe my proposed amendment responds to what we heard from witnesses, and I urge members to support it. The passage of this amendment will necessitate a parallel amendment to be made to Clause 35 on page 44. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Plett. Questions or discussion? Okay, let's test the motion, and we'll do that with a recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Bean.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Of course, yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
I think you missed.
I apologize, Senator.
No, it's okay. We'll cancel each other out, but let's at least have the pleasure of doing that. I think Senator LaBoucane-Benson is before me.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
Nay.
Well, since she voted nay,
The Honourable Senator Plett.
yes.
Thank you. I apologize, Senators.
Okay,
Perfect.
we're all set?
Yes, oui, 6, 6, 6. No, 8, rit.
Accordingly, the motion in amendment is defeated, colleagues. So we will continue. Shall clause 28 carry? On division. Shall clause 29 carry? Yes. Clause 30 carry? On division. Clause 30.1? Yes. Clause 30 clause 31? Yes. Clause 32? Yes. Clause 33? Yes. Clause 34? Yes. Clause 35, is this one moot now?
That was consequential.
It was consequential, I think.
This one is removed.
Okay, so shall clause shall clause 35 carry? Clause 36? Clause 37? Clause 38? Clause 39? Clause 40? Clause 41? Clause 42? Clause 43. We pause here for amendments.
Je vais la proposer, Monsieur le Président.
I will propose this. So I move that Bill C-21 should be amended on clause 43 on page 49 by replacing at line 32 these colon. First of all, an instructor designated by the Chief Firearms Officer can offer training within the framework of a course on firearms safety, a restricted firearms safety course authorised by the Federal Minister. So this is an amendment which guarantees that the people who are giving training for using firearms when they've got a restricted firearms safety training course can actually possess or import firearms that are under restrictions, and the main problems for these people are the new Articles 12.2 and 19.1 and 23.2 under the Firearms Act, under the Bill C-21 and Article 12.2, which mean that an individual could not get a registration certificate for a handgun, and 19.1 would prevent an individual from carrying a handgun from a point of entry, and 23.21 D2 would restrict the transfer of handguns to other individuals. And if all of that is actually the case, then I think that this amendment is a particularly significant one. And this amendment would guarantee that those who have to actually provide this type of safety course can do this. And under C-21, we want to ban the sales of illegal handguns, but there is an exception, namely those who may need these, such as those who are involved in Olympic shooting discipline. So if we judged that it was a good idea to have this exception, and if we do not do this for the trainers who are giving these safety courses, then I think that the court would interpret the fact that they do not actually enjoy this protection. So we have to ensure that they too are able to enjoy this protection in fulfilling their work. So I think this is a category of individuals that has been omitted, has been overlooked by the legislator. And I believe that we have to correct this part. So that is why I am submitting that we need to adopt this amendment for the instructors.
Questions? Okay, let's move to test the amendment. Recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean?
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson?
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam?
Nay.
L'Honourable Sénateur Boisvenu?
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo?
Nay.
L'Honourable Sénateur Carignan, CP?
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle? L'Honourable Sénateur Dagenais?
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko?
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon?
Yes.
The Honorable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honorable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honorable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honorable Senator Yussuff.
Nope.
Yes, we, 7 set. No, non, 7 set.
So the motion is accordingly, to amend is accordingly defeated. Senator Carignan, you're next. Keep going. What?
Actually, Senator Deacon.
No, I think
Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry. Okay, Senator Deacon. Sorry.
Right.
Apologies.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I move that Bill C-21 be amended in Clause 43 on page 49 by replacing lines 27 to 35 with the following. Bracket small I, that they are participating in a handgun shooting discipline. Double small I, the discipline in which they participate, and triple small I, that the handgun in question is appropriate and necessary for participating in that discipline. I wish your indulgence to give a quick rundown of why I'm bringing this amendment forward and what the intent of this amendment is. From the outset, I did have concerns about the wording in Clause 43 being a little narrow. When we heard from Chief Firearms officers from Alberta and Saskatchewan, who both said that these exceptions have been in place for all intents and purposes since last year when the handgun ban was brought in through the Order in Council last spring. When asked how they have been processing applications, their answers did not inspire my confidence. Ms. Bryant, the CFO from Alberta, noted that she was unaware of anyone that has been granted a successful exemption for the purposes of sport, and the disciplines that are on the program of the International Olympic or Paralympic Committee are roughly 1% of handgun target shooting, and that in practice it appeared that that not even was being allowed or permitted. She went on to say that a solution would be to give the CFOs greater discretion in determining which kinds of target shooting organization could qualify for those kinds of exemptions in order to train and compete. Mr. Furberg echoed these sentiments and went on to say that as an Olympic target shooter himself, he did not start in that narrow lane. He started in another shooting organization and from there worked his way to Olympic competition through training and recognition in these other events. In a later meeting, we heard from Dr. Sandra Honor, Chair of the Shooting Federation of Canada. She also saw this clause as written as essentially limiting the sorts of feeder target shooting organizations that produce our Olympic, Commonwealth, and Francophone game level athletes. It was from her suggestions that this amendment was inspired in part for me to make. In her appearance, she said, and I quote, "When you look at Bills C-21 in Section 43, 97.1, bracket B, bracket small I, and bracket small double I, if we could do things like include all the pistols that are commonly used in the pistol disciplines recognized by the International Shooting Sport Federation or the ISSF, this would allow all of our ISSF, the Olympic Organization sports, to train and compete." Going on to say, the other thing is taking and looking at the wording of training, competing, or coaching, and changing it to participation in organized target shooting sports run by government-recognized sport associations. Making that shift could allow more people like the International Practical Shooting Confederation, or IPSC, as well. What it does is make sure the government recognizes that we have a responsible sport organization and we have ways to identify those who participate. They couldn't just own a pistol. They would have to participate in our sports. So you'll see that while my amendment is not verbatim, I did aim for the spirit of this suggestion. I think it is necessary because though heard from officials and the minister that we shouldn't be concerned about the wording in the bill as any wrinkles would be ironed out in regulations, it's my understanding that any regulations would have very little room to maneuver when the statute explicitly states, to train, compete, or coach in a handgun shooting discipline that is on the program of the International Olympic Committee or the International Paralympic Committee. No amount of wordsmithing in the regulations would allow someone from the IPSC of Canada, for instance, to apply with the CFO to transfer handgun for the purposes of their competition. It would have to be Olympic or Paralympic recognized competition. So in the spirit of that regulatory wiggle room, I'm looking to make the language in the legislation more broad so regulations would actually be able to capture shooting sports like that of the IPSC. On its face, I will admit that the language in this amendment leaves things somewhat a little more open-ended, but still leaves in the reference to prescribed criteria. That is critical. That would allow for more precision in the future. This prescribed criteria, similar to other bills, is the important piece. A letter would still need to be provided to the CFO, providing this individual is participating in recognized handgun shooting discipline to receive an exemption, and they would still have the power to revoke a registration certificate for a restricted firearm for any good or sufficient reason as provided in the Firearms Act. So, colleagues, that's why I'm bringing this amendment forward. I believe it'll actually allow the government to craft the sorts of regulations that they've told us they will, while also ensuring this is not some kind of loophole for anyone to acquire a handgun. I have listened closely to witnesses' testimony on handguns and understand their perceptions. Thank you.
Colleagues, comments, questions? Senator Yussuff.
Chair, thank you so much, and thank you to Senator Deacon for, again, somebody who have provided some wise guidance to us in regard to, of course, this sport. We have heard certainly from witnesses, and there is, of course, the two key witnesses talked about their different organization structure and how they allow membership and track membership participation in their organization for the purposes, of course, the sport in the context of the Olympic Committee, Paralympic Committee, but that goes on to say also in regards to the Pan Am Games and the Commonwealth Games in that regard. And I think in the spirit of that recognition, that the only challenge remains is the way the two organizations monitor their membership. I do recognize, even though I don't agree with Senator Deacon's amendment, I do recognize we have to find a way to balance the importance of those who are involved in the two organizations. So there is no, I guess, way of treating them in a different way, recognizing the objective is to participate in the international sports in the way that they, I think, is the most comfortable. The challenge going to be is how the regulation recognize that, and I think this is something the government would have to figure out when the regulation, as it comes into being, that there is no difference in these two organizations and the individuals who are truly trying to train to compete on the international level. I think we all want to see those athletes who want to participate and to equip themselves to get to that level so they can represent their country to be recognized, and I'm hoping in the observation, we can be explicit to the government that this need to be reconciled in the context how they will roll out the regulation to ensure that there is no discrepancy in the professionalism that these individuals bring to their training, and there's a need for them to be recognized and be treated in an equal fashion, in my view.
Okay, colleagues. Is it your pleasure, honourable senators, to adopt the motion and amendment?
Yes.
Recorded vote?
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Aye.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
L'Honorable Sénateur Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
No.
L'Honorable Sénateur Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
No.
The Honourable Senator Deacon.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
No.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
Oh.
Yes, we, set 7. No, non, set 7. It's defeated.
The motion is accordingly defeated, colleagues, and we now move to the next proposed amendment under clause 43.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be moving my amendment. I'm going to save the committee a little bit of time, but I will use some of that time that I'm going to save them to voice some of my frustrations here. I mean, when the government is lined up just simply saying we're voting down every amendment, no matter how good the amendment is, and we make comments like, I agree with you, it's a great amendment, and we need to make sure that our Olympic sports shooters can continue to shoot, but we're going to take all their tools away from them, and we'll do it with an observation. And we somehow think we are doing the country a service. So I'm sure if you can't even support your own colleague, you certainly won't support a conservative that would bring in the same amendment, because my amendment is very similar to Senator Deacon's. Clearly, we will be taking some of these to the floor of the chamber, and maybe we can convince the chamber to do what they did with a different report. But it's indeed troubling when we are so shallow as to say we'll fix this with observations, when the government doesn't even take the time to consult before they bring a bill forward, and we're going to pretend that they will listen to us after. But in light of that, Chair, I will remove my amendment so that we can move on and defeat the rest of the amendments that we're going to bring forward.
Thank you. Colleagues, shall clause 43 carry? On division. Shall clause 44 carry? Shall clause 45 carry? We are at a proposed new clause 45.1, I believe.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is another amendment that I consider to be very important. So it is moved, or I move, that Bill C-21 be amended on page 51 by adding the following after line 28. 45.1, the Act is amended by adding the following after section 118. Report to the Parliament. So 118.1. The Federal Minister, within 1 year on which this section comes in force, the Federal Minister shall have a report laid before each House of Parliament that sets out framework to A, reduce the incidence of violence involving the use of firearms in Canada, and B, ensure the accurate tracking of information relating to the commission of criminal offences involving the use of firearms in Canada, and 2, the Federal Minister shall, on or before each anniversary of the date on which the report was laid before each House of Parliament, under subsection 1, have a report laid before each House of Parliament that outlines the measurable progress being made towards the goals outlined in the framework. So, Senators, I think that we've heard from the majority of witnesses who came to meet us here or who spoke with us by video conference. They all want to reduce violence related to firearms, and the former minister declared that the objective of the government was to eradicate violence related to firearms, which is a very praiseworthy wish. And I believe on both sides of the table, we all share the same objective.
Might have moved on to number 28, so you might have skipped an amendment. But let's continue and then revert back. So, are we okay with that?
Just confirming.
I
4550-27.
have the same place, Chair. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you'd skipped one.
Well, it was a practice for me.
I think if it's not
75.
out of order, we should continue with 28 and then revert to 27, as long as we're all clear on the amendment that we're looking at. The index number is C21 45.1-51-28. That's the amendment that you're speaking to. Yes.
And he should have been on dash
He
27.
should, yes.
You're correct, that is what I have.
Yeah. So we'll continue.
We can continue.
Yeah, and then revert to 27. Thank you.
Donc, 1000 excuses de...
So, 1,000 excuses there. I apologize for having jumped in front of my leader. So, what I was saying was that according to the testimony that we've heard from people from the Indigenous communities and from other communities across Canada, all of them deplore the absence of a plan or a governmental coherent framework to meet this objective. And Mr. Webber, representing the border services who appeared on the 20th of November, clearly established that when it comes to stopping smuggling in Canada, there is no integration of agents or officials into this work, even if the government claims that, and despite the money that they've injected into this. Mr. Weber also explained that he doesn't have enough agents to check the railway consignments where there's just a minimal amount of searching, nor the maritime cargo where once again there's very limited searches that are carried out, and the agents have no competence apart from at their port of entry. And when someone crosses the border, they don't have the authority to pursue this person, even if they are in possession of illegal firearms. So the committee has also heard from first-line police officers who said that they were very frustrated with the current situation in terms of firearms smuggling in Canada. So I think it was Mr. Stefan Walls, who is a former police officer from Montreal, who said that we have to absolutely improve safety at the Canadian border. And other witnesses expressed their great concern about the fact that sentences are being lowered in the criminal code. Of course, I've talked about this in detail in my other amendments that I moved this evening. So the approach with this bill, according to the witnesses, is very disorderly and basically incoherent. It's saying that the objective of the bill is to eradicate armed violence, but at the same time, C75 and others that have the opposite effect of reducing crime. They're actually increasing it. So I think the evidence that we've heard has shown that the government does not have a coherent strategy when it comes to fighting against firearms-related crime. But we can ensure that the government actually equips itself or is forced to adopt this type of plan. But another cause for concern for me is when it comes to the statistics on crime. They are incomplete. That is a cause for concern because we're working on a safety net that's full of holes when it comes to taking decisions. So in this bill, we need to have a constraint for the government each year to come before the House of Parliament and the Senate and give an assessment of a plan such as data on crime and performance data related to our organizations that are having to deal with this crime. So each year we would have a report on the efficiency of C21. The government is saying that they're going to lower crime and that they're going to manage firearms smuggling and manage criminal groups at least. Each year before the two houses, we'd have an assessment to see whether this bill has really gone off the rails and missed the boat, as we're claiming, or if they've met the government targets, which is what you're claiming. So if you're really claiming this is a very good bill, then you should be able to agree with this amendment, whereby the government would need to table an evaluation, a report, an evaluation of a plan that they would have given to themselves to fight against crime. Thank you.
Discussion. Senator Carignan.
Moi, je pense que
Well, I think this is a minimum there are many amendments that have been defeated that were very much common sense amendments. I don't know what is the marching order on the other side, but it seems there's a whip on the other side who's whipping up the votes, and I don't understand why, because several amendments are really based on common sense when it comes to enforcement and implementation and improvement of this bill, and that's our role as a Senate to do all of this. This amendment is a particularly important one, drawing on all the testimony I've heard. When I think of the testimony from the RCMP and for the Customs Border Services Agency, they really took me by surprise by their testimony. It seems that the customs borders are like a sieve. They don't have any powers. I think we heard alarm bells going off from the president of that union, and we cannot give them no tools and then at the same time say that there's a problem with gang warfare and firearms in our streets. We're letting firearms come in under the nose of the border agents. They don't have any real powers to inspect or to arrest, and they don't have the tools to really control what's happening apart from at the ports of entry. And I recall I was on Route 66, and our U.S. friends have better control over the border to the south than us. Now, I'm not saying we should build a wall here in Canada, but I think we need to at least equip our border agents with the necessary tools to control of this and to force the minister to actually place an annual report before the two houses of parliament. I think that would give us a good indication of what's happening and force the government to take action and support our people who are in charge of ensuring our safety. These people are demotivated. I talked with them afterwards, and they really are discouraged. So we have to give them a helping hand so that we can then help them.
Senators Boisvenu and Dagenais.
Thank you very much, Senator Carignan. What you have said is very important. I've got a question for you, if you allow me to do so, Chair. This is the 6th bill that's going to be adopted since 1979 to control firearms in Canada. In no other bill have preceding governments actually come up with a plan to show to the Parliament that this bill had really managed to reduce crime rates. So my question is the following. Are we going to adopt a 7th bill without giving ourselves a framework where we can be held accountable about the performance of our agencies that are fighting against crime? Is that a question? Well, I do hope so is my answer, but we hear about these problems, but we don't take up the right position to reduce these problems. There's lots of different suggestions. I don't know why we hear from witnesses, because afterwards we don't really listen to them. So it is quite ironical, this situation. So I really hope that this amendment will at least get through, be accepted, and that way we can equip our police officers and our customs officers with what they need. Otherwise, I don't know why we actually call witnesses to come before us. Perhaps this is a comment. It's something that struck me, Chair. I don't know if you understood me at the beginning, but there's a comment that really struck me. Namely, when we met with the director of the Customs Border Services Agency, everything was going wonderfully. He had all the tools he needed. And then, bizarrely, when we met with the president of the Association of the Union of Customs Border Agents, it was quite the opposite. They said they didn't have the tools, they don't have the necessary staff, and basically they're hamstrung, they can't do their work. So I think this amendment would improve the situation for the CBSA and those who have the mandate to do this work. The director of the CBSA, he's not the one who's at the customs border, it's the people who are the boots on the ground. So I think this amendment would really help the people on the ground who are working for the CBSA. And when we scrutinise a report and come up with amendments, it's to try and improve the bill. I think that's our mission. We are the second chamber of sober thought. Of course, there can be a little bit of partisan aspects, but we have to study these bills in the best interests of Canadians. That's our job, and I believe that this amendment would improve the bill and would equip the CBSA, not the director, but those who truly work on the ground. They're the ones who have to enforce all of this, so I think we should accept this amendment.
Time to test support for this amendment before we close for this evening, so I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
The Honourable Senator Dean.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Anderson.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Beam.
Nay.
Honorable Senator Boisvenu.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Cardozo.
Nay.
L'Honourable Senator Carignan, CP.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Coyle.
Nay.
Honourable Senator Dagenais.
Oui.
The Honourable Senator Dasko.
Nope.
The Honourable Senator Deacon. The Honourable Senator LaBoucane-Benson.
Nay.
The Honourable Senator Plett.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Richards.
Yes.
The Honourable Senator Yussuff.
Nope.
Yes, oui, 6, no, 8, writ.
Colleagues, the motion and amendment is defeated. Before we close for this evening, let me just say that this has been a very long and interesting meeting in which we have discussed some difficult and contentious issues that goes to the heart of public safety in Canada. There are strong views on all sides, but I commend everyone around this table this evening for conducting this discussion in a respectful and thoughtful way, and I hope that our next meeting will continue in this same spirit. I thank you to our colleagues from the Department of Justice, from Public Safety Canada, the RCMP, the CBSA, and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. I hope to see you all back on Wednesday, November the 29th at 11:30 a.m. when our clause-by-clause review of C21 will continue. With that, thank you, everyone. The meeting is now adjourned.
Perfect.